and also for best time of day, etc. So a fantastic entry, lots of wonderful cars. I've just been admiring a Napier Grand Prix car that hasn't been seen, didn't exist effectively before today.
You have background music, Chris.
I do, and I don't know where it's coming from. It's rather good, isn't it?
It's not half bad at all. Very entertaining. Morning, everybody, from up here at the Eagle's Nest. Gosh.
Any sign of your co-commentator?
He's been this morning. There is evidence of Upton, but where he is now, probably enjoying the kedgeree somewhere.
What kind of evidence? It's not sort of half-eaten sandwiches and stuff?
No, his books, his notes, his valise, and the headphones, which we took back last night and he collected this morning. So applause and kudos to Mr. Nicholas.
Did you stay locally?
About 7 miles away in a lovely Airbnb with...
Oh, really?
Laid-on dogs, yes.
Excellent.
A 3-year-old Labrador, black lab called Josie, who behaved like a puppy.
Perfect.
And a 8-month-old Rizzler called Hugo.
What's a Rizzler?
Vizsla. Silent W. German breed, short-haired, hunting dog. Very powerful.
All right. Did it hunt you around the room?
It hunted me back to my bedroom every time I went there, yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, that's the voice of Guy Loveridge, famous author, famous member of the Motoring Writers, and has just produced a book, an interesting book about Peter Collins, and particularly Peter Collins' lovely wife. You could tell us about that, Guy, in a quiet moment. Well, actually, it's all quiet moments at the moment because we haven't even got Austin Sevens lining up. So, not known for their punctuality.
Wouldn't want to impinge upon your favoured opening classes of Austin 7 Ulsters et al.
Yes, well, they're queuing. We are live streaming today, and we are live streaming. I don't know if we're broadcasting out already.
Let's hope not, eh?
No, I've just had word from Leonora, who knows everything, Eleanor, and Rich Danby is planning to start broadcasting when the Austin Sevens start lining up and start their competition runs. Here they all are. We can see them on our screen. I'm not sure if it's going out. I don't think it's going out yet on YouTube and the like. But if you're stuck at home today and wish you were at Prescott, at least you can be glued to the telly or to the computer and see exactly what's going on. Whether that makes you feel better or worse, I'm not sure. That's for you to judge. But we have an amazing entry. Vijay Mallya is here with his beautiful BMW 328. We've got talk about misleading commentary. It's already going out on your computer. So enjoy, if you're stuck at home, enjoy your day glued to Prescott live scream. Cars are just about to come out.
Does that get visuals as well, or just audio, Chris?
No, there's visuals as well.
HillClimb.TV?
Well, HillClimb.TV on YouTube, yeah.
Fabulous.
It's fantastic, and it's Richard does a fantastic job. We've got cameras all the way up the hill, and you'll see the quality of the photography if you switch your telly on.
Is there a camera down there with you to record all the nuanced emotions on your face as things unfold?
No, I'm afraid not. Watch the panic on my face when I realised I've forgotten exactly what I was meaning to say.
Well, the precipitation is not with us, and the sun is about. I can see it coming across the valley.
It's nice and warm at the moment.
Yes. The S's and Orchard are not in sunshine yet, but as I say, the sun is moving from behind a cloud. I can see that the Orchard itself is clear. The sun has now reached the bridge, and the background noise seems to be mounting where you are.
Yes, indeed, and Millie Bayliss is on her way in her Austin 7 Ulster. We'll be talking about the Ulster, the whys and wherefores, and which ones are genuine and which ones are recreations. Not that it matters really, because they're all equally attractive. And chummies and nippies, they all had, I don't know whether Austin themselves gave these cars their nicknames. Ulster certainly they did, after their success in the Ulster competition in Northern Ireland. But Chummy and Nippy probably were given to them by happy owners.
I think so, and at the top of the tree, below the twin overhead cam and side valve single seat racers, was the Grasshopper.
Grasshopper, that's nice, isn't it?
Yes, Austin 7 Grasshopper. Mark Gold in his Chummy, that's a 4-seat tourer. An early one, lights on the scuttle rather than down between the radiator and the wings.
We've got a time for Millie coming up, 73.6, that's okay. Mark Gold is halfway up. He did a speed of 32 miles an hour after the bridge. We've now got Archie Miller in another Chummy. Chummy has the advantage of 4 seats, so you could take your friends for an outing. In fact,
if they were very small friends.
Yes, there's a group called the Chummy Ladies who organise fascinating tours to interesting places, particularly gardens, in their Chummies. And Archie has just completed a tour of Prescott in a time of not Archie, Mark Gold, I beg his pardon, has completed his tour of Prescott in 70.06. Off the line comes number 5, Fabienne Muchler, who's come all the way over from Deutschland, as the Muchler family often does. They're great enthusiasts. And,
is it Fabienne at the wheel or the good Lady Collins?
Well, I believe every word on my computer screen.
It's Fabienne.
It's Fabienne, yeah.
Absolutely, but in the Collins Chummy.
Oh, is that right?
In the Collins Ulster replica, yes, they are the owners.
They didn't bring their own car. I was wondering if Archie had driven the big Mercedes all the way over from Preston.
I think he has. I think that's up later. Another delectation. Has Archie Miller finished?
Yes, he has. It did 73.97. Number 9 on the line is a very elegant and unique, I think unique, the Gordon England bodied Austin 7 of Jonathan Lazell. It's a very elegant body, a nice tail, curved tail, which I suppose contains the spare wheel and maybe some soft bags. But it's either been recently made or it's been beautifully maintained, but it certainly goes like a stink as well.
From memory, Gordon England offered two body shapes on the Austin 7 chassis, the Stadium and the Cup model. And I think the Cup came with a certificate that verified that E.C. Gordon England himself had lapped Brooklands at 75 miles an hour in it.
On the line, there's a member of the McLaren Grand Prix team. Well, it must be because it's papaya colour. And it's actually number 11, Joe Tisdall, in an Ulster, an immaculate brand new Ulster. Whether it's original, we don't know, and we don't really care because they're all great cars. On screen, this is the Gordon England body.
Gordon England Cup is round semicircle now, and the blood orange papaya coloured car is through Pardon, takes the perfect line for the small capacity, small power cars. In early, let it drift, work with the camber of the hill.
Guy, have you got a screen up there?
No, we haven't.
You're very good at spotting. I'm obliged really to commentate to the screen, which I've got in front of me, which means I sometimes miss things on the start line.
Tell me who is what, and tell me what the times were, and we'll get along famously, Chris.
Okay, I'll do my best. Well, the latest time we got is Jonathan Lazel, a 58.41. That's a very good time. And interestingly, Fabienne did exactly the same time, 58.41, in the borrowed Ulster.
What did Mr. Butterworth manage, or have we not seen car 7?
Here we are back in the S's with Stephen Jones, car number 12, Austin Ulster Sports. Well, they were all sporty. So what's the difference between Ulster and an Ulster Sports? We don't know. Mr. Upton, thank you very much. A cup of tea or coffee or something hot. That's a great thing.
Hopefully he'll be bringing me one up here. Hint, hint. I think Austin Ulster Sports is technically what they were marketed as. So that your brochure would have said an Austin Ulster Sports, because they didn't call themselves Austin 7 until a little later. It was the Austin 7 horsepower or the Austin Ulster Sports.
Mr. Upton has graciously brought me a mug of tea.
Wow.
We're looking at Hester Marsh and Simon North in the S's. If I get a chance, I'll give you effectively a map of Prescott, so you know which corner is which and why. I only found out yesterday why Pardon Corner is called Pardon Corner, and if I have time I'll recount that story. So this is Simon North in his Austin 7. He'll be finishing in under 70, not quite, 70.85.
Patrick Teague just out of Pardon and hammering away up the least vertiginous part of the course, so you can build a good bit of speed up towards Rolt and the S's.
Nicely, very quickly through the S's, Patrick, taking the straightest line he possibly can, which is what you have to do, straighten it up. The S's sees lots of adventurous cornering efforts, and sometimes there's a bit of a clang into the Armco, which is a shame, particularly when it has been raining, because with trees over the S's it doesn't dry out. The rest of the course dries out, and the S's is still very slippery, and you can imagine the consequences sometime. Peter Howard with you, car number 17, finishing with a good time of 59.06. On the line, 705, shared car. This is this a Colling sharing with Fabienne?
Believe so. No, it's Tania Mutchler. Another Mutchler.
Oh,
705.
A sister. Tiziana Mutchler. What's the relationship between the two Mutchlers?
That I cannot tell you, I'm afraid. I haven't climbed their family tree.
I shall, in my perfect German, I shall discuss it with them at lunchtime.
Jawohl. Sehr gut.
Sehr gut.
Whatever the relationship, she took a very wide line out of Pardon. Suspect her right elbow brushed the barrier.
Let's see what she does in the S's. Pretty good. It's often on the exit to the S's, from the S's, that things go horribly wrong. People press the loud pedal too soon and it all goes awry from there. So Tiziana records a 55.77. I haven't got a record of what Fabienne did.
Fabienne was a 58.41.
So it's a good battle within the Mutchler family. On the line, 722 is an interesting car. which brings us into Class 2, and you'll catch a glimpse of it pretty soon when the camera flits to the start line. In the meantime, William Marsh 53.06, that's a really good time for him. John Burgess is starting, he's on the start line. You are picturing the semicircle, which is the last corner on the hill, and it gives you a bit of an idea of the beautiful countryside that Prescott lives in. I read in the papers that the Cotswolds are becoming immensely popular with very wealthy Americans as a place to come on holiday.
You take the Times, clearly.
I do, yes.
So did my landlady yesterday.
Really?
Yeah, she was most fascinated that diddly squat attracts the like of Ellen DeGeneres and folk of that ilk. The course car is ascending now, the yellow course car.
And 722 has switched its engine off. And I'm ashamed to say, Alpha, I know nothing about the Alpha CC. It might be a posh way of saying Alpha.
Is it 722 sat on the line, or is it 22?
It's 22.
Right, so that's John Burgess in the Alpha CC. 2 years, I'm thinking it's a 1922 car with a 1928 engine.
So, on which continent was Alpha building cars?
Not a blind idea, I'm afraid. I didn't catch up with it in the paddock yesterday to ask.
We've got some lovely notices on our screen. John Beard, morning from Midland Motorsport Rescue. Well, good morning, John. I hope you don't have a busy day. I've been talking to John Burgess about the Alpha. Apparently 2 Alphas were built in France. Rich gentleman wanted a racing cycle car, and the result was 1 front engine and 1 rear engine. As you can see, this is the front engine one. It was here a year ago in pieces, but now it's in one piece and looking really good. Whether it's going good, we'll see very shortly. It's a V-twin. Not sure if it's air-cooled or water-cooled. I think air-cooled. Some cleverly constructed bodywork, very, very light. And it's, I think it's our first example today of a car at Prescott new to us. A number of cars are competing here for their first ever competition runs. and that's a good example. It's a great thing about the VSCC. Everybody's keen to see new cars, to build new cars, to restore cars. And the great thing is, on the whole, they're not bought as an investment. They're bought to be used and for some people the joy is building them, and other people the joy is driving them and getting somebody else to build them. But either way, there's lots of fun to be had owning and competing, particularly with a vintage car. Vintage, strictly speaking, Guy will correct me if I'm wrong, is cars before 1931.
31st of December 1930, from 1st of January 1920.
From 20,
from 20 to 30, basically. 1919.
Yes. So pre-20 we had the Edwardians.
Yes, 05 to 19 Edwardians, 19 to 30 vintage, 30 to 39 PVT, post-vintage thoroughbred, and then they're all just classics really after that.
Yes, they are. It looks as if we're shortly going to get him. I'm not sure what the delay is, but the Alpha is reversing onto the grass. We've still got a red flag out. Car, of course, is coming back down.
Just a whoosh from the battery-powered course car there as it passed you.
Incidentally, if you're here and you haven't got a program, I do very much advise you to get one. They are a work of art. Lots of really interesting information, brilliant photographs, details, well not details, but a list of all the entrants. And so without a program, you're a bit stuck.
Have you access to the timing screen down there, Chris?
Say again?
Do you have sight of the timing screen?
Yes, I do.
Can you run down the Class 1 times while we're waiting for the FE
I can't go all the way back, and the Alpha is just coming to the line, so I can do the last half dozen. Hester Marsh 60.28, Simon North 70.85, Patrick Teague 55.56, Peter Howard 59.06, Eric Harris 61.18, Tiziana Mutschler 55.77, and William Marsh 53.06.
Thank you.
And off the line comes this intriguing French cycle car, the Alpha, beautifully put together from a pile of bits by John Burgess, and now he has the fun of driving it.
Almost 1100 cc, so it has the potential to be quite effective. It goes just like a cycle car should. It corners round Orchard on a 3-penny bit, or for those of you who don't remember what a 3-penny bit looked like a 50-pence piece.
So we're in Class 2. Class 2 is for standard and modified sports cars and saloon cars up to 1100cc unsupercharged and up to 750cc supercharged. On the line, number 24, John Poulsen, who specializes in restoring and does a beautiful job on these cars. And this is a rare car. This is the Gwyn. Gwyn made a few sports cars. They called this one the Gwyn 8 Brooklands, in honor, of course, of the famous track they would have all enjoyed playing on at weekends, much to the dismay of the locals. doesn't look as if the Gwyn wants to proceed very rapidly. It's going under the bridge at a determined 11 miles an hour. He gets there must be a prize for the slowest speed under the bridge.
Yes, you don't get your entry,
but it's not happy. And will it struggle up to Pardon?
It's made it to Orchard. John's turning into Orchard now. Well, it's impressively consistent. It's going no faster, but it is slowing. But I think it will make it. It's a determined climb. Yes, John's got round Pardon. He took the very wide line, which is for the slowest of the slow. It's the snail line.
So lap of Brooklands probably took it the weekend.
Potentially, but it could do well in handicaps, couldn't it?
Yes, it could, with a kind handicapper. On the line number 23 is Francesca Wilton in a very nice, beautiful GNV test, looking almost brand new, a touring GN with one headlight. We'll see it on the screen pretty soon when the Gwyn has Gwynned its way.
It's not even at Rolt yet, so don't hold your breath.
Has he got a broad Gwyn on his face?
A broad Gwyn, very good.
Nice close-up of the Gwyn in the S's, car number 24. It's elegant, it's beautifully restored, just needs a little bit more steam. Talking of which, we have got a steam car competing.
We have.
I don't know, wanted to catch up with them and see how long it takes to get the thing going, probably about 45 minutes. And you ought to have your car chauffeur doing the starting up and the warming up for you as you eat your kedgeree at breakfast.
I've just had an odd thought, Chris. Does that count as an external combustion engine?
I think it does, yes.
There's nothing happens in the cylinders apart from steam.
There's nothing happening internally except a piston thumping up and down. This is Francesca in this lovely GNV test. Time, we oughtn't really to talk about John Burgess's time. John Poulsen did a 1 minute and 44 seconds. He's good at mending these things, so he'll probably make it go much faster next time up. Look at this lovely GN with its single headlight in front. My mum had one when she was in her early 20s. Had a lot of fun, but if it rained, she got very wet. And sensibly, I think she bought a more waterproof car.
Did you get a time for the Elfie?
I did. It was 73.08. And away from the line goes number 712. That's the Austin Ulster of Stephen Jones. Not sure who's driving it. So we got our shared Austin 7s from Class 1 climbing the hill at the moment. Francesca
will be Daniel Hunter in 712, sorry.
What did Francesca do? She did an 84.47. Before it gets cold, I'm going to take a sip of tea. Thank you.
Away.
Thank you for Nick.
Yes, 712 is Daniel Hunter in the Austin Ulster Sports, sharing with Stephen Jones. He's round semicircle now, leaning hard out of the right-hand side of the car, leading into the bend. And Chris will no doubt, when he's swallowed his mouthful of rosy, let us know the time for Daniel Hunter 712.
61.44.
Thank you.
61.44. Matilda Jones nearly there. James Blakeney Edwards takes off from the start line in car number 716, sharing with Patrick Teague.
Now, James is in that lovely, almost khaki green coloured Ulster. He's through Pardon, takes the early in wide out approach. That's perfectly valid. Matilda will have finished by now, I should think.
She has with a 60.25. frustrating for you not to have a timing screen.
Oh, you're not kidding.
Nice line by James in the S's. It's obviously in the blood, isn't it?
Yes. Actually, I'm going to see if I can get onto the timing on my phone. I shall be absent a moment while I root for a power cable.
Okay, well, James Blakeney Edwards finishes with a good time of 58.84. Away from the line, we've got Evie Mason in the Austin Ulster. She's sharing with Will Marsh. And into and through Pardon, taking a tight line. There are lots of different views on the best line through Pardon. Roy Lane used to say a yard from the inside edge is about best. Well, he should know, he was a 5 times champion. So we've got a nice picture on the screen of Evie Mason taking the Ulster round semicircle. Look at that lovely countryside behind, and up to the finish to record a time of 57.63. We've got the Alpha on the line again, 7.22. Which means it's being driven this time by Clive Knott. Whether he and John shared the job of building the car, assembling the car, I don't know. Lovely sound from the V-twin. Now we've got a Liz Corley in another touring GN with the single light on the front, and another struggling for speed, timing strut slightly awry on the front of the car. But they must have been fun in the early 20s to go touring. There'd be no traffic on the roads really, and you could happily hum along at 25-30 miles an hour, enjoying the drive. Here's the Alpha again on screen. It looks very French, doesn't it, for some reason, with those disc wheels. I hope we've got viewers in France. And Clive Knott records a 66.06. Now we're looking at car number 27. That's Ian Robertson's MG.
I tried and failed. All the usual suspects aren't publishing our timing live today. So I will have to rely upon you, Chris, and then after lunch you two will have to rely on me.
Okay. As MG enthusiasts will know, that's an MG J2 who's just finished to record a time of 58.71.
Is that Ian Robertson?
Yeah. So we're still in class 2. And up to the line comes the first of our Rileys. This is car number 31. Reuben Cartwright in an Ulster Imp. So don't mistake it for a Brooklands, different chassis shape. But Riley in the 30s, in the late 20s and 30s, were extremely successful. And then sadly, I had a long chat with Victor Riley a couple of years ago here at Prescott, when he was, I think, heading for his 90th birthday. He said what killed the Riley company was a crooked accountant who pinched all their money, and they were rescued by Lord Nuffield, who offered to finance the company so the Riley brothers could continue designing and manufacturing, and the money side of the business was absorbed by the Nuffield group. And And pre-war, they were still pretty successful. After the war, they made some really nice cars, but gradually declined within the dreaded BMC. On the line, on the screen, Ruben Cartwright has finished with a 55.33, and following him, I think it's a little M-type MG, but we shall soon find out.
Your namesake.
Thomas Druitt, yes, indeed. He's no relation, I don't think, because his name is actually spelled I-double-T. They've got it wrong. But this is an M-type. My first ever car was an MG M-type, which I loved dearly. And then I got called up for national service, and it wasn't practical to have a vintage M-type at the time. So, who have we got on the line? We got 3-4, which is Mike Dowell in the Riley Brooklands. Now this is the genuine Brooklands. Look at the chassis, the way it drops down immediately after the front wheels to give this very low shape. And if it's a genuine Riley Brooklands, you were apparently able to put the flat of your hand on the road alongside you while sitting in the driver's seat. Car number 33 is Graham Robbins in yet another touring GN. Embarrassing when one of your cylinders packs up because you're left with only one, but actually this one is still plodding on two, nearly to be caught by this rapid Brooklands Riley. But Graham Robbins has finished with a 76.78. Tom Druitt did a 64.99, and away from the line goes Ivan Dutton, who if you're lucky and get the right channel on your computer, watch his really interesting and amusing one-man programs. They're fascinating. Mike Dowell, car number 34, 58.08. Graham Robbins, car number 33, the GN Vitesse, 76.78. On the line number 36, that's, as you can tell by now, that's an Ulster. It's losing its leather strap over the spare wheel space. Meanwhile, we're looking at car number 35 on the screen. This is Ivan, and Ivan Dutton is driving a really interesting French car, Samson Val 3GS, whatever that stands for, but puts up a time of 69.85, bringing to the line this nice little Ulster of Charles Ping. I think he overslept a little bit, so he's running a little bit out of class.
No, that's just where he should be, because
Really?
he's supercharged.
Oh, of course, yeah, thank you for that. I need another sip of tea to exercise the brain. Hold on a sec.
You need some nice classic 1940s rallying wakey pills to keep you going, or as the late Kelly Monteith called them, Guam turnarounds. Because you take one of them, you can drive to Guam and turn around and come back again. Charles Ping into the S's now, making good progress, very steady.
Yep, Benzodrine was the favourite stay-awake pill, wasn't it?
Benzodrines, yes.
So Charles Ping, 49.49 at semicircle. Will it be under 60 seconds?
Should be.
Yes, it is, 59.91. Well done, Charles. On the line, yet another GN. 37 is Winston Teague in the GN Légère, which means it's lightweight. Well, they're all lightweight. So whether that was particularly for the French market, je ne sais pas. So Winston's showing the massive acceleration of the lightweight GN will pick up his speed under the bridge in just a second.
If it's over 25, I'll be shocked.
21.
There we go.
Dignified progress.
Stately almost. I like the green wings.
Yeah, they're good, aren't they? And the green tail.
Yes, it looks good in contrast to the polished metal body. He rounds pardon.
You ought to get a badge for I've climbed pardon in my GN, because it's a rare thing to do.
One of those nice embroidered ones to go on the overalls. Yes, perfect idea.
Away from the line goes James Edwards in his GN. And here's Winston Teague. He doesn't have a single headlight. He's got two headlights, but they're on the mudguards rather than a single one in front of the radiator. Guy, you'll be pleased to hear that number 39 has appeared. That's the Vale Special.
Excellent.
Driven by owner William Lowe. There's a lot of aristocracy behind this car.
And unusually, it's not being shared this weekend. Usually, Mr. Knight shares with Mr. Lowe.
It has got a 7 number, so we can find 739. Yes, Raymond Knight is sharing it.
Not in the programme. So for everyone who's got a programme, you need to note that in, that 39 is William Lowe and 739 is Mr. Knight. Yes,
I've got an entries list which does show those cars driven by both those people. Safely runs semicircle and finishes with a 73.67. Here you are on the screen. Sad you can't see it, Guy, but it's the Vale Special. So cool because they were made in Maida Vale in London. Who was his lordship who financed them?
Was it not Lord Cavendish? Right, it is running a 739. Or the bar through the 7 has fallen off.
Oh right, 57.55 for William Lowe. And we're watching Jonathan Lamb in genuine Riley Brooklands. There was terrific amateur racing pre-war at Brooklands, and these little Rileys were incredibly popular, and quite right too, because they were very quick. Although over the bumps of Brooklands, probably you had difficulty keeping your teeth in. Much lower than that. You can see how easy it is to put the flat of your hand against the road. This is Roland Woodley rounding semicircle and recording a time, good time of 56.76. 56.76 for Roland Woodley. Time for Jonathan Lamb, 57.46. For William Lowe, 57.55. So 57 is a popular time. On the line, shared car 728 is Sean Slater. And she is creeping, which is a big mistake. Oops. Because she might have triggered the timings system. Who are we watching? William Cartwright finishing in his Ulster Imp, Riley Ulster Imp, in 69.9. Under the 70s, he'll be pleased. On the line, Sean Slater, Riley Brooklands. There was a bit of a panic on the line, I'm not sure why, but she's safely off. Speed under the bridge, 35, storming. If you come here for a championship meeting the really quick cars, the top 10. They're doing, I think I've seen 113 through that speed trap, which is pretty quick.
Certainly is.
734 on the line is another shared car. It's Nigel Fullerton sharing the Riley Brooklands. If we had time and if we had more expertise, I would describe the brilliant little Riley 9 engine and what made it so sensational when it appeared. Guy, do you know much about the Riley 9 engine?
I have raced and owned a brace of Riley 9s, semi-overhead, long push rods. Get it right, and it's a sewing machine smooth engine with a disproportionate amount of power. But if your push rods are slightly out of true, it's a nightmare. It's my 4 seasons of Riley 9 summed up.
Here's Jeremy Flann, number 42, Austin 7 Super Sports, and up to the line comes 43, which is an HRG. Not many HRGs were made pre-war, but they were very popular immediately after war. They very cleverly got into production very quickly in 1945 and sold like hotcakes for, I think, the next 5 years or so.
36 of them beat the Second World War into the production and on the roads. 36.
Pre-war?
In 3 years, between 1936 and 1939.
And was that with a Singer engine?
I think it was with the 1100. Yeah, it probably is a Singer, isn't it?
Certainly, post-war it was a Singer engine, wasn't it?
Or was it the Climax?
Jeremy Flann finishes a good time, 52.45, Austin 7 Super Sports. Here's the HRG, blessed with very rigid suspension, so rather like Morgan's up to recently, you had to make sure your false teeth were well and truly secure.
I drove a pre-war HRG that Brian Classic had for sale, and I didn't like it.
Are your teeth still in place?
Well, it just didn't seem to have any go.
Yeah, they were never renowned for being very quick.
How's Harry Baxter done in 43? What's his time?
Harry Baxter is still climbing. No, he's finished. That good time, 51.22. Excellent. Ian Standing getting nearer the finish. Raymond Knight is sharing the veil. And on the line, guess what? Another Ulster. I can't see the number. It starts with 4. I think it's Phil Dobbin, but there's a marshal in front of the number, which makes it difficult to read. She isn't transparent.
How has Ian Standing and Andrew Hunter fared?
Ian Standing did a brilliant 51.11. Who was the other one? Hunter.
Andrew Hunter, 46.
Not shown on the screen at the moment. Has he?
Raymond Knight should be finishing just about now.
Yeah, Raymond Knight finishes with a 56.78. Phil Dobbin on his way in car number 47, Austin 7 Ulster Supercharged. On the line, a rare car number 50, is David Bloxham in a Newton Serrano S150. Don't ask me about the Newton Serrano because I know less than zero about it.
And that will take us into class 3, the Serrano.
And a most elegant car number 51 on the line is the P-Type Lee Francis of Scott Towell. Lee Francis made some really good quality cars in Coventry in the 20s and 30s, and they made the Hyper, which was a very rapid car. Very popular car among amateur racers at Brooklands. My dad used to race one there. Here's a Serrano. It isn't Serrano de Bergerac.
No, it's Serrano de Newtown.
We must do our homework and find out more. First of our Bugattis, lovely Type 50, number 52, Vivian Bush, in the best of the touring Bugattis, the Type 40. Type 40, I think, a 4-cylinder. Yeah. Beautifully built, wonderful road holding. So we're in Class 3. Standard and modified sports and saloon cars up to 1500cc unsupercharged, up to 1100cc blown, i.e. supercharged. On the line 753 is Sophie Wiseman, a wise lady to drive a Frazer Nash. I think Anzani powered.
753.
753.
It should be Rebecca Wiseman.
Oh, it's Rebecca, is it? Yeah. There's a Wiseman at the top of my list page and a Wiseman at the bottom. Rebecca.
53 is Sophie, 753 is Rebecca, so.
Correct.
Looks like it's 753.
Vivian Bush has finished with a 70.79. That is class car number 52. Scott Towell, car number 51, recorded a time of 69.44. Back to on the screen, what have we got? We got a Frazer Nash in the S's. This is Sophie Wiseman in the Anzani, I think, powered Frazer Nash. Got a smile on the plate at the back, which
is
is
the timing screen telling us it's 53 because the car is marked as 753. There's no bar through the 7.
No, it's 53.
Right.
That's Sophie, I think.
Yeah, if it's 53, it is.
Here's a very elegant Alvis 1250 of Neve Smith. Absolutely perfect. I think that's a Beetleback, isn't it? And she is followed by Nicholas Northeast in another Alvis 1250. Alvis hugely successful until about early 60s, when they really couldn't compete on production output and price with Jaguar. So sensibly they decided to focus on military vehicles and indeed aircraft engines. Why they made I think they only made one aircraft engine that I'm aware of.
The Leonides?
Yeah.
First military or non-civilian aircraft ever flew was powered by one of those, the de Havilland Canada Beaver with the Army Air Corps.
It's a good engine. Nicholas Northeast finished with a 62.33. On the line number 58 is David Johnson. And number 58, another lovely Lee Francis.
745 just finished, I think. Oliver Chilton in the Riley Brooklands.
Yeah, with a 51.78. We haven't had anybody in the 40s yet, I don't think. Lee Francis employed Norman Dewis before he was stolen by Jaguar with an offer of of an extra 5 shillings a week. Car number 60 takes off from the start line. Chris Chilcott, Alvis 1250, and Blow Me Down. What's come up to the line? A lovely scruffy car number 61, the GNV Tess of Archie Bullitt. Sounds as if it's got a big engine. I'm not sure that that's the traditional GN engine. I think it's a very rapid version. and they haven't. This is Archie Bullet takes off. Let's see how quick he is after the bridge. 39 is pretty quick. You'll get a quick view of this very quickly. You need 3 eyes in this game, don't you? One for the screen, one for the timing screen, and one for the entry list.
You do.
Unfortunately, I'm only blessed with 2. Here comes this lovely, fast and scruffy GN. I wonder what engine it's got, because it certainly seems to have more power than your average GN. Archie finishes with a 58.74, on the line 7.64 is Will Corley with a Frazer Nash Super Sports, and he's followed by 7.66, which is Mary Baxter in a very powerful and very rapid Frazer Nash Ulster. On the big screen we're watching Richard Marsh, Frazer Nash Fast Tourer, and Wilfred Corley, Frazer Nash Super Sports. Here's Richard Marsh drifting into the S's, equipped with a hood, so if it does rain, he only gets the side of his face wet. Time very shortly coming up for Wilfred, 58.92. Into and through Pardon, Richard Baxter, and into the S's. Car number 66. Off the lines, car number 67 is a famous car. We'll catch a glimpse of it on the screen pretty soon. You can catch up all the times at resultsman.co.uk on your telephone. So if we are neglecting telling you times, that's where you'll find them. resultsman.co.uk. Who've we not given you the times of? Archie Bullet, we gave you 58.74. Richard Marsh, 66.63. Wilfred Corley, a personal best of 58.92. Richard Baxter, a good time, 57.66. Ali Carver is coming up to the finish in this famous X-Works Aston Martin LM2 to record a 57.99. Rounding Pardon is Richard Holdsworth with this elegant MGPB. So 69, Rachel Holdsworth in the MGPB. This is the Supercharged one, and finishes with a 57.08. Rounding Pardon is Louis Parkin in a Frazer Nash Super Sport. They're certainly coming thick and fast, aren't they, Guy?
Yes, they are.
And that's just the drivers.
They want to get through today.
They do. Off the line goes Rebecca Wiseman in the Frazer Nash Interceptor. I don't know what was different about the Interceptor compared with other similar chain gang Nashes. On the line, number 71 is Craig McWilliam in the Frazer Nash Super Sports, and I can tell you it's got a Meadows engine because it has 3 exhaust pipes poking out of the near side of the bonnet. And by Prescott standards, here comes a very rare car onto the line. This is the Wolseley Hornet, car number 72 of Derek Tew, Wolseley Hornet Special. Well, I think they themselves called it a special.
They did indeed.
And the Wolseley Hornet in the 30s was a very popular little sports car. It's just a shame that Wolseley went a bit pedestrian after that. The Hornet has a little 1.5 litre 6-cylinder straight 6 engine, 1271cc. Over the finishing line, very rapidly, Craig McWilliam, 50.94. We're still waiting, I think, for a time in the 40s. Here's Derek Tew in the Wolseley with an elegant body. I'm not sure if that's a special body or a Wolseley body.
They were mostly special. You shipped your chassis out to your favoured chassis builder, bodybuilder.
I guess so. But isn't it elegant?
It is indeed. People like Eustace Watkins would body them for you. You could have a Daytona, very racy sounding body on your Wolseley Hornet Special.
And this one has either been beautifully restored or beautifully maintained. But it's quick and in beautiful condition and records a 60.52. That's Derek Tew. We haven't heard much from our European fans who usually watch quite avidly. I'm thinking of Thomas and his wife down in the bottom corner of we think it's France, but it's not. We think it's Germany, but actually they're in France. So any messages are very welcome. We've had them from all over the world. Bill Ruston, 59.82, closely followed by Stuart Rich in the GN with the Anzani engine, into and through to perfect line through the S's. The final corner out of the S's is named after Tom Road. People make the mistake of thinking it was named after Tony Road, Le Mans winner, but no, Tom Road, great author, great engineer, huge enthusiast for the canal system in this country, effectively rescued it after the war. Andy Corley, where's Andy?
He's very much into steam traction as well.
Was he?
Founded, I think, the Festiniog Railway, one of the founders of the Festiniog. Many biographies of the great legends of steam, Isambard Kinder Brunel, George Stephenson, Telford and the like.
764 is Andy Corley in the Frazer Nash Super Sports. We've commented before on the weatherproofing of this car or of a similar car. Elegant body with a V windscreen and respectable time of 66.77. 77, Colin Pointer leaves the line. Lee Francis Ulster Open 4-seater. Lots of companies had racing success up over in Northern Ireland, which is why so many were given the Ulster nickname. We've got Lee Francis, you've got Riley, Austin. Simon Jackson in the MGPB, a time of 55.86. And using lots of revs to get off the line is Harry Baxter, car number 766, sharing number 66 with Richard. I don't know if they're brothers. Frazer Nash Ulster with a Meadows engine. Up to the line in fairly, well, not lurid, but interesting white, cream and pale blue colours is car number 78. David Saxey, Riley TT Sprite. Rapidly into and through the S's is Mary Baxter in the Ulster. There you are, there's another one named after Ulster. And Mary rapidly rounding semicircle. Good time of 56.16. On the line, car number 79. That's Dominic Hall in a beautiful grey Frazer Nash Super Sports, but for some reason has been ushered off the line. I don't think it's dripping any liquid, but here comes David Saxel. And up to the line instead comes car number 81, Jonathan Mellor, another Meadows powered Frazer Nash with the classic TT replica bodywork. We don't know why the grey car was taken off the line. Maybe it's got a mechanical problem. A lot of discussion between the driver and the officials going on behind the Frazer Nash on the line. Can I see your license, sir? 81. Off goes Jonathan Mellor. Frazer Nash Boulogne celebrating the success of Frazer Nash Company in the Boulogne trials. And Jonathan Mellor very rapidly, 46, through the speed trap after the bridge. Hugs a tight line at Pardon. And hurls the car into and through the S's out of Tom Road corner. MV158 number plate would be valuable if your name was Michael Victor. And Jonathan records a good time of 54.28. Closely followed through the S's by Richard Waller, Frazer Nash Super Sports. On the line, another Meadows powered Nash is Michael Bock. Up to the line, car number 84 is a Frazer Nash Super Sports in the hands of Rufus Flan. Again with, I think, the TT replica bodywork. Richard Waller finishes with a 55.96. Richard Bock follows along the top and into the S's. And off the line comes number 84, Rufus Flan in the Frazer Nash Super Sports. Here's 83, Richard Bock. Absolutely immaculate TT replica. You can always tell them with the curved back and the little fuel tank underneath. .773 is on the start line. That's, well, the car was driven by Bill Poston. 773. Mark Roston Edwards driving this GN with the nickname Annie. Rufus Flan finishes into the 40s with a 49.06. Well done, Rufus, that's great. I think that's our first time in the 40s. It's followed by another rapid car, Mark Poston Edwards in Annie. Slides it into the S's, getting some excellent oversteer, or the Americans would call it drifting, but the understeer into Pardon. On the line, 86. Is Tony Wood. And Tony's driving another Frazer Nash Super Sports. Here comes the good picture on screen, if you're watching the screen, of the TT replica bodywork. And records that's another 40. That's Jonathan Fenning, quicker still, a 48.08. Times are coming tumbling down. Here's Tony Wood. What can Tony do? Rapid car, nicely driven. And there's the TT replica bodywork at the back. There's going to be another one in the 40s. 48.09, quicker still, brilliant. Great run by Tony Wood. On the line now, we've got car number 91. And not quite as sporty as the previous cars. This is David Bond driving the Morris Cowley two-seater from 1926. Whoa! And it bounces off the line. Lovely when he engages the clutch, and the whole thing goes hopping down the road. I think I glimpsed a Lagonda. I did. This is the 1680 Lagonda of Paul Ginnings. Classic Lagonda bodywork. I don't think this one has got the Meadows engine. There's the Morris Cowley. Hop, hop, hop. Brilliant, I love it. That's David Bond having a bouncy ride. 793 on the start line. Looks like another Lee Francis. It is. It's Lucy Delaney in the Lee Francis Hyper. Well, the Hyper was the very rapid version of the Lee Francis, but in the meantime, for the benefit of our viewers online, we're focusing on David Bond in the Morris Cowley. Not bad, 60.02. Here comes Lucy in the Lee Francis Hyper. And on the line, we'll see on screen pretty soon, this amazing little BMW saloon of Richard Gatley. Rockets off the line, but in the meantime, there it goes for our viewers. This looks like an everyday nanny's nurse, the German village nanny in her BMW, but my goodness, it's not. It's quick. I'm getting a bit inarticulate. I need another sip of tea. Guy, it's all yours. Here's the BMW hurling it round through the S's. Really a Z car in terms of a saloon that's much quicker than it ought to be. Vijay Mallya on the line with his beautiful BMW 328. Vijay, who used to run, well, still runs Force India, but no longer in Formula One, using every rev possible in the BMW engine in the 328. We're looking at a hyper replica Lee Francis of Richard Hoogate. On screen is the BMW. For most people, one of the greatest pre-war sports cars, although I think the 328 didn't appear until 1938, so only had a 2-year life before BMW started focusing on aircraft bits and pieces, particularly engines. But we'll watch with interest the time that Vijay makes. He's 48.44. Surprisingly, you wait for a 328 for months and then two come along all at once. This is Theo Hunt in the family Frazer Nash 328. He's also driving a chain gang Nash as well. So Vijay Mallya 48.44. Powered by Indian beer. And Dominic Hall finishes with a 49.81. That was car number 79. Off the line goes, it's not Theodore Hunt, it's someone who prefers to be nameless. Car number 99 is Fraser Sloane in the Beardmore. Beardmore, not renowned for sporty cars at all. They were kind of reliable. Were they built in Scotland, Beardmore? On the line, another Meadows-powered Nash. George Scoley, very rapidly off the line, 2.91. And car number 100, interesting history. This is Ian Warner's Bentley 3 litre with a body which was lifted off an Alvis when the Bentley was only a couple of years old. It had a big saloon body. The dealer that was trying to sell this car realized that to sell it quickly it needed a sporty body and much lighter weight, and so he heaved off the saloon body and pinched the body off an Alvis that he had in the showroom. Here's the Beardmore, a respectable 82.19, and for some reason or other, there's the reason or other that we've got a red flag. This is George Scoley. Hello from Belgium, terrific cars, nice to see how they react on the road. Didier Farnier from Belgium. Hope you're enjoying life in Belgium. I hope it's not raining. It usually is. Whenever I went to Belgium it started raining. But great to have a message from you. Thank you for that. Pity we're watching. While it's fun watching the faster cars, it really feels like a challenge. This does, and we get to admire the motors. Well, they're both challenges in a way, but if you see a Gould going up Prescott in 34 seconds or so, I think you'd have difficulty arguing that it's not a challenge. Hi from the Philippines, JC Gabriel. That's a long way away, and it's great to know that people in the Philippines can get Prescott on the screen. AO to go, what a fabulous event, really hoping the weather holds out for all. Well, so do we. Thanks for the message. I hope it has an impact on the weather gods. We got a... Oh, Beer and Tom, you are awake. In Münster, France. We often think Münster's in Deutschland. Well, it is, but Bear and Tom, who are our most faithful European fans, are from Münster in France. Thanks for the message. Ian Warner. Now this is the one with the Alvis, the body stolen off an Alvis sports car, which meant, of course, that it was much lighter than it had been with its saloon body. It's splendidly scruffy. Go and have a look at Ian's 3 litre Bentley. It's not Concours condition at all. It shows a life of hard work. But of course mechanically it's in perfect condition. Up to the line comes a car which most people are voting as the most elegant on our entry list. This is car number 102. Delage, 3 litre Delage Olympique with its amazing Lalique glass bonnet mascot. I don't know if it lights up at night. I hope Toby was brave enough to leave it attached overnight, but I doubt it. But isn't it nice? 3 litre straight 6 engine from 1939. Delage were hugely successful pre-war, and then the post-war French government slapped a crazy tax on what they called luxury cars and killed off the French luxury car industry. Bugatti was already almost dead. Delage and Delahaye followed in quick succession. Renault survived. Renault Citroën survived because they didn't focus only on luxury cars. But look at this Delage. Lovely example of the Parisian coach builder's genius. And it's not slow, it's under 60 seconds, 59.95 for Toby Bruce. Do go and have a look at this car in the paddock, it's well worth ogling. 105, Alistair Littlewood, 3-litre Bentley with the classic Van den Pla bodywork, usually fabric. I don't think that is bodied in fabric, I might be wrong, but it's the classic shape. Nice to see that it retains its 3-litre engine. The engine hasn't been modified out to 4.5 litres, although the 4.5 litre is probably a better cruising engine, much more torque and power. 106 on the line, Alex Pilkington in the beautiful Alfa Romeo 6C, which Alex drives all the way up here from Devon. Must be, when there's not too much traffic, it must be a lovely drive. Bentley of Alistair Littlewood hurling its way through the S's. They look as if they're pretty ungainly, but Bentleys actually hold the road really well. Here's Alex in the Alfa Romeo. Take a nice line through Pardon, quite quickly into Pardon, but it's pretty steep, so inevitably the car slows down a bit. Headlights cloth covered to protect them from flying stones. In the meantime, George Scoley sharing 785. This is the Frazer Nash with an Emerson connection, and I'm not sure what the connection is. But it's a rapid Frazer Nash. And on the line, as a change from Riley's and Frazer Nash's, 107 is the Talbot 90 of John Poulsen. John restores these cars, does a beautiful job with his colleagues, producing them almost, well, better than new. And this is a Talbot 90, which was the touring Talbot, not so much the racing one, although from the spinning rear wheel you can see it's got plenty of power. 108 is the Alfa Romeo 6C of Barry Cannell, straight 6 engine, 2.3 litres, another Zagato body. I think it's probably Zagato, with that elegant tail covering, if it were there, the spare wheel. John Poulsen rounding semicircle in the Talbot. It's an English Talbot, so it's not a Talbot. To record a 55.09. Barry Cannell on his way in the Alfa. On the line, 110 is Robert Frankham in a Vauxhall 3098, and he leads a gaggle of 3098s. I don't know what the correct collective noun is for a bunch of 3098s. But in their period, in the late 20s, early 30s, they were regarded as the equal of, or if not better than, the Bentley. Lot of those with special bodies. Barry Cannell finishes with a 55.11. 112 comes to the start line. That's Erica Pilkington in, again, driven up from Devon, the 3098, car number 112, with its two-seater body. And I'm not sure, often the two-seater body was named after a local river, like the Wensum. I'm not sure if this one has got a river number. She's replaced on the line by 111, Saul Stevens. Not sure why Erica was ushered through to the front of the queue. Perhaps she's got to take an early an early return journey. In the meantime, 111 is Saul Stevens in an absolutely immaculate, straight out of the factory, 4.2 litre Frazer 3098 of 1925. The very early 3098s only had two-wheel brakes. I'm not sure whether they had a transmission brake as well, but usually transmission brakes were pretty useless. They held the car when it was stationary, but they didn't slow you down much. Up to the line comes 113, Roger Collins, ex-president of the club. Combined age of the car and driver is 202 years, Roger told me yesterday. And who am I to argue? Well, the car was 97 years old. So that, by Roger's own reckoning, he's well over 100 himself, but he's not. So I think 202 was a bit of an exaggeration. But he's old enough to know how to drive a Bentley 4.5 litre very quickly indeed, as is the whole Collins family, including young Archie, who's here driving the Benz Grand Prix car, 120 horsepower Benz. Guy, I seem to be hogging the microphone a bit. Are you in the land of the living? So Roger finishes with a 51.43. That's pretty quick for a 97-year-old car and a 90-plus driver. Roger Collins, 63.17. Saul Stevens, 65.81. Mike Littlewood in a very noisy Bentley, 8.05. That's the 3 litre. It's funny how the 3 litres are often much noisier than the 4.5. Back from Bentleys to Vauxhalls, classic battle which took place in period between the Bentleys and the Vauxhalls. Vauxhall often regarded as the superior car. Mike Littlewood in the 3 litre Bentley rounds Tom Road corner and into the semicircle. It'll be a quick run. Let's look at the time. 60.28. Chased by Annabelle Jones in her 3098. Car number 115. 11816, Nicola Quartermain made the mistake of letting the car run back an inch or two after the start light went green. That would have cost her half a second or so off the start line. But now she's got it going. Annabelle Jones finishes with a 58.53. Nicola Quartermain rounding pardon on her way into the S's. Here she comes. .117 is Roger Thorpe, nicely off the line in his 3098 Tourer. Nicola's car is a Velox. I'm not sure what was different about the Velox from the other 3098s, whether it was a different body shape, not sure. Rounding Orchard is Roger Thorpe, 3098 Tourer. Rounding pardon, I beg his pardon. And 118 is Tom Duffin 117, Roger Thorpe into S's. Eve on the steering wheel. Actually, the steering isn't all that heavy on a 3098. Up to the line, number 119, Hamish Munro. Vauxhall 39, four-seater Tourer. Chuck the kids in the back with mother-in-law. Tom Duffin into the S's. Hamish Munro leaves the line. That's an elegant body, isn't it? I'm talking about the car, Tom Duffin's 3098. I'm not sure what that is defined as. It's not a Beetleback or a 5914. It's quick on the line, even quicker, I'm sure, is John Guyot in the fabulous Talbot Largo T150cc. That could have raced at Le Mans. I'm not sure if it did, but it was the typical of the Talbots and Delages of the period that could be raced both in Grand Prix, in single-seater racing, and in sports car racing. Very rapid car. You may wonder what the slits in the mudguards are for. Well, they let out the rain. Rapier 121. Railton Light Sports. Railton came onto the market in the 30s for a few years. The business run by Lance Macklin's father. And what they did was that they imported from the States Hudson chassis with the straight 8 engine, complete chassis, and then got British body makers to build a body. The result was some very elegant and very rapid cars because they were pretty lightweight, and they attracted a great deal of negative snobbery. How dare these Yanks with their cheapo American chassis come and they're faster than us? It's not right. John Fack, car number 121. That was the Railton. Has finished with a 51.78. Told you it was quite quick. 123, we know pretty well. Terry Crabb. Beautiful Alfa Romeo. Mark Brett. We didn't see him off the line in the famous Bellamy Ford, which could be used for all sorts of competitions, trials in the winter, circuit racing and hill climbing in the summer. We're quite rightly focusing on Terry Crabb's beautiful Alfa Romeo. Meanwhile, Mark Brett does a rapid climb at 48.92. Look at that, the lovely lines of that Alfa Romeo body. Isn't it elegant? They had the knack, didn't they, Alfa, of producing very elegant cars, and they still do. So time for Terry Crabb, 60.53. He'll be cross, didn't get under the 60 mark. John DeVerve, rounds pardon, in the Singer hill climb. Well, it's called a hill climb, and it's called a Singer. Well, it is a Singer. Car number 131 from 1913, so you wouldn't expect it to be very quick. Have we reached the Edwardian class? We have indeed. Edwardians, typified by 133, this famous Otave cycle car. built in Italy. Gradually, the bits came here 3 or 4 years ago. And the first year it came here, it struggled to get off the start line. Second year, it struggled to get round Pardon. In fact, it didn't. I don't think it succeeded in getting round Pardon. But last year and this year, it's going fine. So they've been working very hard to give it enough power to power it all the way up Prescott. On the line, Hickling in the 1620 Sunbeam that was really misbehaving yesterday. Whether it's had a change of plugs overnight. This is a car from 1911. Just imagine that, 114 years old. Still doesn't sound at all happy. And it's not going very quickly. Let's focus on the screen, the Otav. Belt drive to the rear axle. But going fine. One of my favorite cars, 71.18. Up to the line, a very early 3098 Vauxhall. Michael Henderson, car number 135, 4.5 litre 3098 from 1917. Well, was it a 3098 in those days? 1917, Vauxhall were building staff cars for the generals, big, based on the Pomeroy chassis. Hickey is coughing and spluttering his way up the hill. And off the line goes 135, that's Mike Henderson in the 3098. And it's not in the previous class, it's in the Class 7 because it's an Edwardian, 1917. He's followed by no, that is Michael Henderson in the... Now here's the steamer. Here's the Stanley steamer, car number 130. I don't know how long it's taken them to get steam up. Nick Cook is driving it. I didn't have an opportunity to talk to him, but it's certainly got steam up now. Makes a lovely chuffing noise as it leaves the start line. I'm trying to see what his feet do on the pedals. So the right foot comes back to engage forward motion and steam. They were very quick. The later Stanley steamers were very quick. But steam lost its popularity when the pain of getting it going in the morning was much greater than if you had a petrol-driven car where you just press the button or swung the handle and off you went. But it's lovely to see a Stanley steamer here at Prescott. Would make a wonderful picture, wouldn't it? In fact, it does make a wonderful picture. Will Nick get the Stanley up the hill in under 70 seconds? Well, into semicircle, might just about. On the line, it's 137 is a lovely Delage Voiturette Grand Prix car for Voiturette Racing, number 137. That's Vijay Mallya again. So Force India have brought two fabulous cars to Prescott this weekend. What's the steamer done? 75.19. Duncan Cartwright nears the finish in his Sunbeam 1216. VJ is following in this rapid Delage Voiturette. On the line, the Bianchi. Little pre-First World War racer car number 138 from 1906. Is that our oldest car? Is that our oldest car competing today in the hands of Luke Roberts? Not sure. Here's VJ into semi-circle. Immaculate car number 140 is the Talbot of David Jones. It looks as if it's been in the hands of John Paulson. Beautifully restored, lovely paintwork and brass work indeed. In the meantime, I'm watching the Bianchi 1906 racing car. Going really well. It's a quick machine, the Bianchi. David Jones in the Talbot is going well. VJ records a 59.36. On the line, car number 141 is the Luxior American chassis with a Curtis Ox 5 aircraft engine, V8 engine. Look at that beautiful bodywork on car number 140. That's David Jones's Talbot. And here, our first appearance at Prescott of this lovely Napier, car number 142, Napier Grand Prix of Graham Rankin. Well, it's a Napier chassis, but it's an big American engine, and this is its first competition run. Although, no, it's not. It raced at Goodwood in the Edwardian race. So basically, the chassis at least dates from 1913. On the line, number 144, a very early Vauxhall, again from 1913, is that of Julian Gauche. It's not a well, Julian calls it a 3098, but I'm not sure that it actually is. Who's to argue? Bounces off the line, back axle pumping up and down. You just have a look in the paddock. On the line is Archie Collins pumping away at the fuel tank. Whether Archie, I think he's 19 now, so he's certainly one of the younger members of the Collins family. Whether Archie was given the responsibility of driving the Mercedes here from North Wales, from Preston, where they live. We're watching Julian Gauche out of Tom Road Corner into the semicircle. Time for Graham Rankin, car number 142, 64.15, and a personal best 141 Pinot Lombardi in the Luxior with its big American V8 engine. 54.34, well done Pinot, fantastic. .146 is Tony Lees in the well-used, well-raced Wolseley. It's a Vauxhall chassis with a Wolseley Viper aero engine, which was built under license from Curtis, and Tony races this a lot. It's a 12-litre car, and it's very quick, and Tony is very competitive driving it. On the line is the Picard Pictes with its Sturtevant aircraft engine, American engine, driven by Archie Bullitt, and recorded a very quick time yesterday. So let's see what he can do today. Up to the line comes car number 300, the Straker Squire from 1914. Let's watch on screen the PK Pictech were a bank in Geneva. For some reason they built half a dozen cars. Probably the son of the chairman went to a dad and said, "We got lots of money, let's build some cars."
I think it was the absorption of a bad debt. They invested in a client who was building stuff and had to take it over to try and get their money back.
Welcome back, Guy.
Thanking you. We've had a little technical issue up here, occasioned by some wasps, but there we go.
Oh dear. I hope no one's got stung.
No, but the body count has risen considerably since yesterday.
Oh really?
Yeah, I don't know if wasps swarm, but certainly there were 7 or 8 of them hunting in a jag staffle who dived in.
Here's Andrew Howe Davis in the Straker Squire, followed. Isn't that nice? Lovely. Car from 1914. On the line, the Humber. Car number 150.
Takes us up into Class 8 if the Humber is ascending. Yes, Kevin Jones.
I'm just going to swallow the rest of my tea, so I will be silent for a minute or so.
No problem. If Nick comes past, he'll get you a refresher, I'm sure. Looking out across Torrey's Field to Orchard Corner, Pardon, out across the Orchard. The Orchard car park looks to be filling very nicely as Kevin Jones's Humber 8, 18, 19, 28 heels round. Quite a sprightly little machine, this 1056cc engine, only up to being 1929. It's a special. Handicapped at 67.5 seconds. He's dispatched the elongated inverted S that is Orchard and Pardon, and now heading up to Rolt. Drops it down and thence into the S's and semicircle. Being followed up the hill by Adam Oliver in another Riley 9 Special 1087cc as Kevin round semicircle to complete his run entirely without mishap. This class sponsored by the Automobile magazine. You can see them down at the top of Orchard in the little gaggle of tents down there. Plenty of automobilia stands there. Went down last night, bought some photographs and some of Tina's wonderful greetings cards. She has an offer on this weekend. 3 cards for £2. I took advantage of that. Bought £20 worth, 30 cards. That's my Christmas cards sorted for this year. Always great to see Tina and Colin Warrington down there and many other dealers.
We'll soon get a glimpse of David Mitchum in the Austin 7 Special with its lovely wooden rear body. It's not a layer of wallpaper draped over aluminium. It's genuine strips of oak, I think.
You isn't up with the kids, Chris. Is it a wrap, man? Has it been wrapped?
No, it's not wrapped. It's proper laid strips of wood.
No Formica was involved in the production of that machine.
Exactly.
It's round semicircle. It's got a lovely green tail on it as well, which I like. That little detail really stands out.
And finishes in a respectable time of 62.34 on the line. I think it's John Polson's handiwork. Car number 740.
The Talbot 25 sporting model, yes.
Talbot 25 sporting model.
Ian and John, father and son, I'm sure, have been involved in this, yes.
In the hands today of Tony Carasu. 4.5 litre 1914 car. In the meantime, on screen, we're watching the Austin 7 Special of Ben Hart. Another nice bodywork, pointed tail. On the line, we got number 156. Alistair Bailey in his Riley 9. So we're in class 8.
down 2 runners in Class A. Well, we're down a car, one of the shared cars. The Bergman suffered a mechanical issue last night after Clive's second run, before Eleanor's second run. They were appealing to the powers that be this morning about whether they could share. So we'll find out if they've been allowed to or not.
So Tony de Carasu finishes in the Talbot with a time of, hasn't come up yet, 56.43. Alistair Bailey on his way. On the line, an Austin 7.
Should be Graham Beckett in Simplicity.
This is a Riley 9 going touring up Prescott. I don't know if Alistair's done much competition in this car and in this place, but he's beginning to speed it up now, which is good to see.
Well, that's the beauty of hill climbing, isn't it? It's you against the hill, against the clock.
Exactly.
There's no distractions. You
no
can
excuses
zoom in.
either.
Yeah. Graham Beckett in Austin 7 Simplicity, the famous Jack French built Austin 7 Special. Simplicity because when asked by the assembled 750 Motor Club, gosh, how'd you do that, Jack? He modestly claimed, well, it's simplicity itself.
Which might apply to the Amel car of Terry McGrath with its 1100cc engine revs very nicely. Amel car, very popular little French sports car. You had to be very friendly with your passenger, who sat slightly behind you with her, probably her rather than his.
Perfect for courting then.
Yeah.
Terry's been an Amel car East for many a long year, but before that, in the 1970s, he was racing an Austin 7 Special.
Whether a young French lady invited to go for a ride in the Amel car took one look and said, no way, I'm not going in that thing.
I rather like the little staggered seating of Amel cars, Sampsons, etc.
Yeah.
Oh, I've been proved wrong. The Bergman Austin 7 is ascending. They have sorted that the engine seized on them yesterday.
Really?
But, the collective hive mind of the paddock has obviously provided an answer as Clive is rocketing away.
Lots of noisy misfiring from Julian Hindle. MG, car number 161 on the start line. It's supercharged, so lots of revs to sort of clear its throat. And it's replaced by the toy. It doesn't anymore say no more journalism, but it does say adventure before dementia.
Very fair.
Which is a good motto to follow.
This will be David, I guess.
As long as you extend the adventure and have very short dementia. Julian Hindle in the noisy MG J2 Supercharged 5506. We've got the Umber back. Now in the hands of co-driver Kevin Jones. Jocelyn Jones, I beg her pardon. His trouble with Jocelyn, you never know if it's male or female.
It's a miss.
It's a miss, is it?
A palpable miss, yes. Miss Jocelyn Jones. She had 75.01 yesterday. How did Kevin do in his first run to count? Or can you not access that bit of the screen?
I can't get that far back.
No problem. What were the Fennell and...
David did a 55.77.
55.77. Clive Bergman?
Clive Bergman, what did Clive do? 57.31. Very close. Terry McGrath in the Amel car 55.95. Graham Beckett 60.06. Alistair Bailey 56.43. Lots of tyre squealing around Pardon from Kevin Morton. Jocelyn Jones has finished in the Humber with a 69.41. hurling his way through S's, going really nicely, is Kevin Morton in the Riley 9 Special. Up to the line comes 165, and 165 is newly emerged a Morgan Aero in the hands of Tom Golland. We saw him at Prescott at Chesley last weekend. Lovely Morgan, early Morgan. I'm not sure if it's got 2 gears or 3. I believe it's got 3. Would have been modified. Ian Muir into semicircle with the Brooklands replica Riley. Good quick run, 52.28. Good stuff. Here comes the Morgan. They hold the road surprisingly well despite the 3 wheels.
The sliding pillar suspension at the front comes in for a lot of stick, but it works really, really well.
It does, and it's only been superseded in the last couple of years.
Yes, quite.
For Guy, live timing on resultsman.co.uk is a message for you, Guy. Live timing on resultsman.co.uk. I think we did announce that before.
You did, and unfortunately there is not sufficient Wi-Fi up here for me to get that, sadly.
You haven't got the bandwidth, which is the latest line from civil servants, isn't it?
It seems to be, yes.
We don't have the bandwidth, sir. We can't do that. Fergus Gunn, Austin 7 Ulster. Splendidly scruffy. And on the line, number 171. That's Jonathan Bowyer in a Riley 12.4 Special. Lots of exhaust pipes poking out. Well, 4 to be exact. Nice streamlined body, well, sort of semi-streamlined. And off the line, here's the MG J2 of Nigel Harper, car number 170, supercharged J2. Here's this Riley 12.4 Special, car number 171. Still 1.5 litres, so still the small Riley engine, not the 1.1 but the 1.5.
Riley 12.4. 12 horsepower, 4 cylinders.
Yeah. I'm not sure. The screen. We're at Pardon, and I think it's Ian Patton in the Amel car, having taken over from Terry McGrath. Ian, who was general manager here for a long time, did some great work, and now often is invited to borrow people's cars, share their cars. On the line, this very noisy MG number 761 in the hands now of Charlie Hindle, the J2 with its supercharged engine, big blower. So we're trying to watch real life and the screen at the same time. And it's Harry Hoskins into S's, the J2 MG, rockets away. Rapidly into Orchard. It's Charlie Hindle. 44 miles an hour after the bridge. 176 on the line. Riley 12.4 Special, 1500cc, Andrew Briggs at the wheel. Up to the line comes 177. For a minute I thought his radiator cap was missing, but it's not. 177 is David Morley in the Riley Special. Remember, we're having a big celebration, Riley celebration, at lunchtime.
100 years of the Riley Motor Club, no less. Be quite the procession of noteworthy Rileys taking the hill. That's scheduled for 12:45 until 1. We're supposed to break for lunch at 12:45. There'll be a bit of a shake-up in the commentary team, in that Chris and I will swap places. I'll take to the shower cubicle for the afternoon session. We have the Eureka Jazz Band at 1:15 for a quarter of an hour, walking up to, they usually come up to Orchard, giving us some live trad jazz, and we return at 1:30 for another 4 hours of competition runs, if everything runs to timetable.
Which of course it will. 178 off the line, David McRobert in the Riley 12.4 Special.
It didn't run to timetable yesterday.
I know. And rounding semicircle, David Morley in the Riley Special. So 179 is on the line. And 179 is Steve White, Riley Falcon Special. I don't know if the Falcon was a saloon Riley. We will find out later.
I'm not sure why they moved. And the Riley 9s came in Gamecock, Falcon, Merlin, etc. The Rileys. But the 9 saloon was a Monaco, the Riley 9 Monaco saloon. So they moved to Birds of Prey after Cities.
Here comes Claire Vernal Williams in the toy. Adventure before dementia, it says on the back. Wise advice that we must all try and follow. And finishing with a 50.3, Steve White in the Falcon Special. On the line is at the Wolseley Aries with its Art Nouveau radiator grille. It's very special. It took hours of painful bending of wire this way and that.
And much brazing, I suspect, as well.
So into Pardon goes Paul Compton in the Aries Special. Now you get a chance on screen of looking at the radiator grille. Well, just a fleeting glance. Now it's better. I love it. It's a work of art. Chris Downham, car number 182, is with you. Riley Ulster Imp replica, and here's a very fast, well-known Riley. That's looks like a Lerigo 183. It's Greg himself. That car's had a busy life and won lots of prizes. Semicircle and over the line. Chris Downham 47.82 is a really good time. Greg Lerico on his way. This should be very quick, but it seems to have, the car seems to have slowed down a bit in the last couple of years. Maybe it's been ruled out of order, perhaps due to wheel and tyre size in its previous form. So it's not as fast as it used to be. I may be insulting it. At lunchtime, I'll try and have a word with Greg and see what's happened. Off the line comes William Butler, Riley Special. Here's Greg Larigo, and finishes with a good time though, 47.88. 47.88. 184 on the line, and into Barton is William Butler's Riley Special.
Has Michael James finished?
Michael James is not on my screen at all.
He's just gone up, 184.
He's not shown. Perhaps he didn't register. 184. He's still got zeros alongside him on the timing screen.
Okay.
184. He's on the line now.
Aha.
I think he was pulled away from the line, and now he's back on it.
Grand, thank you.
So this will be 184 is very quick. This is Michael James, Riley TT Sprite replica, 1500cc.
He received the Longstone Trophy, the Class 8 PVT Trophy, and the Class 14 and PVT trophies last night at Bonhams.
Wow.
And is, I think, our reigning champion.
Did you have a good hog roast?
It was a very nice hog roast. I do John Giles a disservice. John is the overall speed champion, but Michael James picked up the majority of the trophies. He and Theodore Hunt on 3 each. The hog roast was very fine. The Hillclimb Ale was finer, I have to say.
Michael James very quick, 46.08, followed by Ben Briggs. But Michael James, that's a really quick time, 46.08. 777, Andrew Oliver, Riley Special. Up to the line 193, must be a Frazer Nash, looks like a TT replica. It's probably Anzani, but I'm not sure. Car number 193, John Duffin. No, it's an AC engine, 1991cc, straight six. The car that powered the AC Ace, the Aseca, the 1680, all sorts of lovely ACs from 1919 right through to about early 60s. Into and out of Tom Rote Corner comes Andrew Oliver in his Riley Special. On the line 195 is Ian Roach in a TT replica. That's the classic shape, lovely grey paint colour. It suits it really well. Engine 195. I think it's an AC again. It says 1911cc, but I think they mean 1991. What's 196? Well, 196 is on the line. It's a Wolseley Hornet special. Wolseley Hornets are rare enough. Supercharged Hornets are very few and far between. And quick.
Should have quite the sting then.
Lawton Green has just taken off the line, and here's Ian Roach in the grey, the lovely grey Frazer Nash TT replica. Finishes with a 49.8. Up to the line is a Riley. It's a 779. Kit Jackson in a Falcon Special from 1937. So not strictly vintage. Lawton Green, 45 miles an hour after the bridge. Kit Jackson, 43 miles an hour at the same place. Ian Roach was quick, wasn't he? 54. Michael James even quicker, 59. miles per hour at the speed trap after the bridge. Thank you. I've got a best wishes, birthday wishes for Natasha Tully. The writing isn't very easy to decipher, but the best wishes from the Bishavestan group. Correct me if I've got that wrong, but whoever wrote it was probably on the beer last night. Here's the Larigo car again, 83. That's Barbara. She's quick as well. MGK Special finishes with a 5109. Is that the Tigress? If so, it's unique. I think 5 were built. There's only one or two left. Barbara rounding Orchard, then fairly gently through Orchard and Pardon and up to the S's, keeping well clear of the Armco. On his way, Roger Tushingham in the MG, the N-Type Special. Classic MG midget shape with the slab tank on the back. But the N-Type, I think, was mostly had touring, four-seater touring or saloon bodywork. And Roger is heading for the finish, and does so with a 51.55. 51.55. We are watching Geraint Owen in the Morris Jap Jemima. Real hodgepodge of different makes of vehicle and engines. There's Morris, there's Jap, and there's Jemima. And Geraint records a 53.17 into Pardon, round Pardon. Charles Jones in the MGL Magna, now into the S's on the line. A very hot Alvis. Matthew Eade, car number 192. 2-litre supercharged Alvis Silver Eagle. Making all the right noises. Here's the MG. L Magna. 48.88. Sounds like a Spanish car, El Magna, but it isn't. It's an MG. Here's the Alvis Silver Eagle in the hands of Matthew Eade. On the line, car number 200, David Knight in the Frazer Nash TT replica. 200. It's got a BMW engine, 1971cc. Here we follow Matthew Eade in the Alvis Silver Eagle, coming towards the finish. On the line is the Wolseley Hornet, I think. Matthew Eade finishes with a 63.5. David Knight into the S's. On the line, 203. Riley TT Sprite replica and Rapid. There's the Frazer Nash TT replica, and then a glimpse of the Riley again. So rounding pardon, Kip Waskell in the Riley TT Sprite replica. Joe Blakeney Edwards takes off in the Frazer Nash Super Sports. 205 comes up to the line. That's Jeremy Brewster in the Frazer Nash Morris Geargun. What the connection is, we don't know, but nicely, slightly understeery around pardon goes Joe. Always quick. I think Anzani powered. Jeremy Brewster on his way. 58 miles an hour at bridge, that's very quick. 206 is with us, that's Theo Hunt with the Frazer Nash TT replica. We saw him earlier in the BMW 328. The Hunt family has a lovely connection of Frazer Nashes, and indeed the BMW has a Frazer Nash connection. Off the line comes Theo, and speed 59 under the bridge, after the bridge. That's quick, that is quick. 302 has arrived on the start line. Paul Yallop in another very rapid TT replica Frazer Nash. Here's Theodore Hunt sliding the Nash round semicircle, 45.03, excellent time. Paul Yallop into pardon in the TT replica. It's all a bit confusing when people build a replica of the Frazer Nash Le Mans replica. What do you call it? Do you call it a replica? I don't know. But the half a dozen or so have been built, and beautifully built as well. Most of the Crosswaite and Gardner in particular built half a dozen or so. Here's the Bentley. It was parked with its spare wheel in place overnight, and I must admit it does look better with the spare wheel there, but of course you're adding weight, so when you're competing you take it away. But it's still a pretty elegant car. This is Mark Humphreys And he's followed by Matthew Moore with a 3 litre converted to 4.5. And off the line goes Stephen Fathers in the Vauxhall Wolseley. We're keeping an eye on Matthew Moore in the 4.5 litre Bentley 53.1. On the line, the Delage with an aircraft engine of Craig Collins. Huge power. Matthew Moore has finished with a 53.1, and sliding out of Tom Road corner comes Steve Fathers, and the big Delage into and rounding Pardon. I think it had a bit of a mechanical problem yesterday, but it's going fine now. Here's an interesting car on the line. 215 is the Amel car that Torquato Triata has brought all the way from Argentina specifically to run this car here. So this is the only time we will see this car, and then it'll be on an airplane back to Argentina. But he's had a wonderful time. Interesting shape. Presumably bodywork built in Argentina. I'm not sure what the Pegasus means. Pegasus. Well, Pegasus, of course, was the emblem of Almol car. Good time, though, 48.98. John Burton in this immensely powerful SS. Before SS became Jaguar, and this was, I think, pretty much a works car, modified from the standard SS 100 of the time. Immensely quick car, 53.49. Rounding Orchard into Pardon comes the Bentley 4.5 litre of Simon Parker, car number 217. Off the line goes 218. Rebecca Smith in the Morris Maud. I'm not sure what the Maud connection is. On the line 219 is Justin Hart, Riley Big 4 Special. Now that's got the 2.5 litre Riley engine, still 4 cylinders, but supercharged to produce masses of power. This is the engine that went into the Healy Silverstone sports car. And back on the grid is the Bentley. This time sporting 8210. Meantime, Justin Hart, 219 in the Big 4 Special, navigates his way through the S's. Matthew Humphries takes off in the Derby Bentley. Up to the line comes the little single-seater 231. Singer Jr. shared with Phil Ely. In fact, it's Phil driving it now. We're in class 13. Little single-seater 230 is the Austin 7 single-seater of Martin Hunter, body possibly built by Chris Ragg. Obviously an Austin 7 chassis. You can see the triangular shape with the quarter elliptic springs sprouting from the back of it. And the little 750cc engine making all the right noises. Phil Ely, 40.1 in the S's, coming up to semicircle. So will it be into the 60s? Not sure. Here comes the Austin 7 Special in the hands of Martin Hunter. Speed after S is 39. On the line, one of my favorite cars, Slippery Ann. Beautiful bodywork, fabric bodywork, aircraft style. All the handwork of Mark Atkinson. Absolutely fabulous. And equally to be admired is the beautiful blue bodywork of car number 234, Ollie Roper Marshall, Austin 7 Special, very elegant. Let's just keep an eye on Martin Hunter in the single-seater Austin, 61.95. Here's Slippery Ann, slips her way into and through the S's. And up to the line comes 811. The Bentley 811, 4.5 litre, 811, driven by Jack Bond. Jack gets a lot of drives nowadays, deservedly. 1924 car, although the 4.5 litre engine hadn't appeared by then. Ollie Roper Marshall has nearly finished in car number 234. Here is the SS again with its twin rear wheels. Immensely quick car. This is Mark Finberg, I beg his pardon. Nicholas Finberg driving car 216, the SS from 1936. Slightly hesitant at the start, has cost him half a second or so. 235. Mike Fountain in the Gillow Special. Not sure if it's mentioned in John Bolster's book on specials. But sounds nice and goes well. We're watching the SS heading towards semicircle. Jack Bond did a 52.69. What does Nick Finberg do? He does a 48.59. .235 Mike Fountain. Where is he? He's in the S's, and on the line 236. Jake Purnell, Austin 7 replica. Here's 235. Mike Fountain in the Gillow Special. .237 is the Adro of James Beddoes. Big V-twin engine, chain drive, I guess. Big drive from the engine to the gearbox. It doesn't half go. .50 miles an hour on the speed trap after bridge. It's quick. Let's watch James Meadows adroing through Pardon. And rushing into S's. Taking a good line. Plenty of power, narrow tyres, and yet it seems to grip nicely. And James Meadows, will he be under 50? No, not quite, 50.04. Followed by Gary Clare in the Austin 7 Special, rounding Pardon. Up to the line is Rachel for one. Rachel Williams, Dad Chris Williams still has, I think, the Napier Bentley. Bentley with a big 27 litre Napier engine. Haven't seen any sign of it having been sold, but meanwhile Rachel 301 off the line in the Hardy Special Mark 3. Now we're arguing over the colour of this Morgan. Definitely lilac to me. 242. Oliver Tomlin. His mum is a great hill climber as well. Sandra, she was here yesterday. Don't know if she's here today. Held the ladies' record at one time. Drives a Pilbeam with a big 4 litre Judd engine. Shares it with Oliver. Time for Rachel Williams, 53.52, and for Gary Clare, 61.44. 243. I love it. 243 is John Wiseman in the Nat. Beautifully scruffy. Might get a bucket of cold water chucked at it every now and then. Interesting front axle, solid front axle with a trailing quarter elliptic springs at the back as well. And off goes the Nat. Hope it doesn't bite anybody. John Wiseman at the wheel. Chucks it through Orchard. Severe understeer up into Pardon. Hugs the inside back at Pargan. And rushes into the S's. Look at that front suspension, really interesting. Trailing arm. This is the Nat. 1100cc engine, and it's quick, 50.23. James Blakeney Edwards on his way in the Austin single-seater. Car 240. Here's James in the little Austin single-seater, very much like the pre-war works cars. The Austin Works came out with some Grand Prix cars or Voiturette cars with very complex twin overhead camshaft engines, and at the same time they had some side valve engine cars. We're not sure, but pretty sure that James's version is the side valve engine. 244 leaves the line. Mark Purnell's Riley Special. Here is Sam Ely, car number 831. Heading for the finish, and finishes with a 6.045. Here's Mark Purnell in the big blow at the front of the Riley Special. On the line, James Burmester, car number 245, MGPA Special, 1 litre supercharged. Mark Purnell, good time, 49.84. James Burmester rushes into Orchard, speed 49 after the bridge. Mark Purnell did a 53 there. On the line, Katipo, that fearsome New Zealand poisonous insect. Looks like, for all the world, like a 1920s Chelsea Special, but actually was constructed in this country a couple of years ago, and beautifully constructed as well. Louis McNair over from Kiwiland. Serious understeer into Orchard, followed by serious oversteer. So the front wheels are a bit untamed. Got a very noisy Beck Power Plus on the line. Louis McNair very quick to catch the slide with I think the Beck Power Plus could be in trouble for making too much noise. I'm not sure. Where are we? Louis McNair, 47.93 in Katipo. Don't get stung by it. You will suffer. Now, why has the Beck Power Plus been brought back from the start line? It was certainly very noisy, but whether that is the problem, I don't know. It means that the next car up is another famous special, which is Salome in the hand of John Giles. It's been in the Giles family for a long time.
John being our reigning speed champion.
In Salome?
Indeed, our overall VSCC speed champion. He was given his award last night at the Bonham's barbecue and hog roast.
Good for him. I'll see if I can find out why the Beck Power Plus was retreated. I'll talk to you again in a second or two.
Go for it, Chris. Why not? VSCC season not even half over, really. We have a remaining race date, Mallory Park, on the 30th of August. We're back here at Prescott in September for the long course meeting. And we go to Loughton Park on the 6th and 7th of September for hill climbing. And long course is on the 20th of September. But the VSCC is not just about sprints, hill climbs and circuit racing. There are many great events ahead. Sounds like we have another climber now. Apologise that up here in the box we don't have any live screens. It's John Giles in the Morgan-based GN Salome. Morgan front end, GN back end, chains. 1100 engine tearing away. Squeals the tyres, a good four-wheel drift through the S's. John Giles comes out semicircle, soaring at the wheel, keeping everything on the level, and through and across the line. Climbing now, I think, is Sam Ely in the Singer Junior. Shared car, 831.
I didn't get a chance to talk to the Beck Power Plus team, but I have a feeling it was a noise problem. Away goes William Way in the lovely Type 37 Grand Prix Bugatti. There he is, into Pardon.
Do you have a time for John Giles in Salome, Chris?
Yes, I do, 47.05. And Peter Atkinson, car number 833, his best time ever of 53.31. 833.
Thank you.
251 Bugatti. There's Rupert Marks, his Brescia. Rupert is always very quick. He's got a time 59 as well, and the Can-Am McLaren. So he's a busy boy. Spinning the inside rear wheel round Pardon. Road equipped with headlights. I think you don't need mud guards, as long as you've got some lights. 252 coming to the line. That's Tim Robson in the Magna L1 Supercharged 1350cc 6-cylinder straight 6. Rupert in the Brescia 53.61. This MG, the L Magna, is very powerful.
Did you get a William Way time in the Type 37?
I can give you a William Way time, 56.53. And 253 comes up to the line. That's the lovely little Lagonda Rapier in the hands of Rob Armstrong, 1500cc. Quite a complex engine, twin overhead camshafts. And does well in a lightweight single-seater, but a lot of them were supposed to power big saloon cars, and found it all a bit of a struggle. Here's the MG, looking immaculate, making all the right noises and going rapidly. Now, will he get under the 60 mark? I think he will. With a 53.83, considerably under 60. 255 on the line is James Surridge in his Riley Special. Meanwhile, we're looking at the Lagonda Rapier of Rob Armstrong, navigating his way through the S's nicely.
Yes, you will see us.
Up to the line is the Norris Special number 1, car number 256, in the hands of Andrew Wilson. Understeering his way around Pardon was James Surridge in his Riley Special. Here he comes into the S's and then out through the Tom Road corner, smoking a bit, but that's okay. Nice loose clearances. And on his way comes Andrew Wilson in the Supercharged Frazer Nash Norris Special. We'll see Norris Special number 3 a bit later on. Here's the Richard Bolster Special in the hands of Jim Cadnach. 1300cc Supercharged. I think MG engine. Richard Bolster tragically lost his life during World War II. Brother, of course, of John Bolster. And John and Richard spent a lot of their youth, well, their early 20s, building various more and more exotic special cars. So we've got a time for Andrew Wilson, 48.49. Stephen McAvoy takes off in the MGNA with its offset bodywork. What's the other name for this car?
The Bellevue Special.
Bellevue, yes, named after Bellevue Garage.
The Wilsons. Was it the Wilsons? No.
No. It'll come back.
Yes, brothers and sister. Oh, what were they called?
Big supercharger on the front, twin rear wheels, car used both in hill climbing and racing. Oh, very nearly lost it. Just rescued it before it hit the bank. Driver's little heart going pitter-patter, pitter-patter, and up to the line. Oh wow, look at that. That's GP2. Jolyon Harrison, isn't it wonderful to see Jolyon fit and well after his accident last year? Well, accident with an animal.
Dear.
And in GP2, which has been so beautifully rebuilt by James Baxter and his team at Tip Top.
Restoration of the year.
I think it should be, definitely.
It was. The RAC awarded it Restoration of the Year.
I'm so glad.
Yeah. James and Jack did a wonderful job.
Yeah. Built it better than new.
Oh, far better. Far better.
.262 on the line, Oliver Cox, a Riley special. On not enough cylinders, I think, but let's watch GP2 rounding semicircle. It's been a fantastic 2.5 year rebuild.
Doreen Evans, the Evans family.
That's right.
Bellevue. Got there in the end.
Jolyon 52.06. Up to the line comes Tom Hardman in AJM1. The car built up from spares by Tony Merrick. It's got probably more original ERA parts than most of the original ERAs. Over the line to finish very rapidly, Oliver Cox, 48.58. Let's see what Tom can do. 64 through the speed trap after the bridge, so we'll pick him up at Orchard. Here he is on the screen, up into Pardon. Tom feels really privileged that Ben Fiddler lets him share the ERA, but also really getting handy with it. 1.5 litre ERA engine, but surprisingly doesn't lose a great deal of power to the 2 litres. Records a 43.3 off the line. Harry Leston, grandson of the great Les Leston, in the Morgan Rip Special, which weighs less than nothing. It's a sort of fabric body over various bits and pieces. It has been raced with great effect. It has annoyed a lot of people by overtaking them in the weirdest places. 266 on the line, not a famous car, the Frazer Nash Nuremberg of Andrew Smith, son of Guy, son of... That's cleared his throat. That's good. Well done, Andrew. Yeah, lovely. Immensely quick. Turned up to race in Germany. They all laughed at it a bit. Chain drive. What the hell is this chain drive from Bugatti? But then it went and beat the lot of them. Why is your rear track so small, so thin? Well, it's because we got a chain drive. Chain drive? I don't believe it. So, Andrew, 4443, Patrick Blakeney Edwards into Orchard, Frazer Nash Super Sports, lots of power, Meadows powered as far as I know. Slides it into the S's and out through Tom Rote, TT replica bodywork, and it's a 44.31. Now what can Michael James do in this immaculate cotton special? Triumph for the Riveter's art. Masterful bodywork and a rapid car up to the line ERA. Nick Toplis's R4A. I think the first ERA to be sold into private hands, those of Pat Fairfield. Blakeney Edwards, Patrick did a 44.31, Michael James did a 44.58. Off the line comes James Topless. What can he do? He's got 2 litres and he's got lots of experience of ERA driving.
I'm not sure James has a huge amount of experience of ERA driving.
Oh, it's James, sorry.
Yeah. Nick, bucket loads of it. James,
yeah. Well, maybe
only in his second season, I think, of driving the car.
Yeah, but he's inherited a lot.
Oh, it's all in the DNA.
Gets the power down slightly earlier into the S's.
.44.41 was his best practice time.
44.39. So fractionally quicker. And off the line comes Patrick Teague in the single-seater Austin 7. We're heading towards class 15. Pre-1941 racing cars, up to 3 litres. So lots of interesting cars. We've just seen Rob Lewis in the 12.4 Austin Special. Patrick Teague in the little Austin 7 single-seater, 55.52. Rob Lewis with this fantastic coach builder's art, particularly around the tail of this Austin 12.4 Special. Did it all himself. 272, Rondal, Hamilcar Riley. Nice Anglo-French combination. And up into Pardon. On the line, the amazing Wolseley Special, 2 engines, 2 gearboxes, 2 driven axles, astonishing machine. Lunchtime Riley well on his way into and through the S's. On the line, the Maggot, twin engine, 4-cylinder, 2V twins, 274, owned and driven by Rob Druitt, no relation. Endless chains whirring around, trying to connect everything together. There's the Wolseley Special, going well despite all the complications. Here's Bob in the Maggot. On the line, is the Wolseley Hornet Special, elegant, of Paul Dawson. Who are we watching? We're watching Bob Druitt. Very distinguished surname.
Albeit misspelt, apparently.
Yes. Can't get everything right. Bit of understeer around semicircle and under 60 seconds, 55.32 for Maggot. Followed by Paul Dawson in the Hornet Special. And oh, good to see the Beck Power Plus has come back. I think it was rejected because it made too much noise. It's got something stuffed on the end of its exhaust pipe now, and it certainly is much quieter than it was. It's for sale if you want it. Yeah, that's better. Edward Williams in the Beck Power Plus. Campaigned for a long time by Peter Vaughan. Commander Peter Vaughan. Paul Dawson has finished with a 57.8. Up to the line comes Mike Rahag in his handiwork of the last 40 years or so. Great to see at last Mike's Type 35. We argue whether it's a 35T or a C. It's got a 2.3 litre engine. It is supercharged, so it's got lots of power, but it's not officially a Grand Prix 35B. So Mike off the line. How quick is he under the bridge? 43 miles an hour. Followed by a similar car, although a bit shinier, in the hands of Yushan Ung. We acquired this car from Chris Jakes the year before last, I think. Had a bit of trouble with it to begin with, but now it's in good order. Here comes Mike on the screen through S's. Highly experienced Bugatti driver and vintage car fettler and owner. And finishes with a 57.02. What can Yushan do? Similar, always on narrow beaded edge tires that give plenty of grip, or apparently give plenty of grip, and certainly in the rain when it's a wet road, they're very effective. Richard Wiseman in a mechanically identical car to that of Mike Rahag is on his way into Orchard and up to Pardon. On the line, Robert Clark in a proper full-blown Grand Prix Bugatti Type 35. 2.3 litres, supercharged. Ah, but we got a red flag. Now, why have we got a red flag? Richard Wiseman's still going okay.
Unsure.
Have we got
278 has made it round semicircle.
Is there
Richard, indeed.
any sweeping to do somewhere?
There is a marshal walking down to directly between Orchard and Pardon.
Richard Wiseman recorded a 54.56. Yushan Ung, personal best of 50.99. You'll be pleased with that. Mike Rahark, a 57.02. First time out at Prescott.
Richard Wiseman's time?
54.56.
Thank you. A marshal walked all the way down and picked something up from the middle of the course and has taken it back up to the marshal's post at the exit of Pardon. So.
Is it hot?
He was wearing gloves.
Oh, right. Yes, you are.
But that must have been it. It was spotted dropping. Whistles and flags waved and brought in again.
Here we go. Robert Clark ready to go in the full-blown Type 35 Grand Prix Bugatti. It is road equipped, so he can drive it home if he wants to. Not a very good start though. I think he edged forward a little bit before really letting go. Only 39 miles an hour through the speed trap. I think this car and venue is probably a new experience for Robert. He's taking it very sensibly. Matthew Parkins, Type 35. Car number 280. Is an unsupercharged 2.3 litre Bugatti. Robert Clark coming to the finish, 65.49. Matthew Parkin into the S's. A very noisy Type 35 takes off from the start line. 280 we're watching is Matthew Parkin in his Type 35. 280. 2.3 litres, not supercharged. Well, it doesn't say that it's supercharged. Who have we got on the line now? We've got 282. Grant Crawley. Very nice Riley special. Here's this, I was going to say strange Type 35B, but that wouldn't be fair. It's just a fairly unusual colour for a Grand Prix Bugatti, but Charlie Martin completes his climb in 48.39. His Caliban, fearsome device, 8-cylinder GN with the aerial KN4 engines. Two of them. They're each 4 cylinders, and remember the aerial 4 square motorcycle. The engines in this car came out of a 4 squares, powering Caliban. Good to see it going well. I think he's struggled with getting the engines to sing together in unison. Meanwhile, Jolyon Harrison, owner and driver of ERA GP2, into Pardon. Jade Deerling, car number 283. That was the GN Ariel, 5787. Jolyon on his way. Tony Sieber well on his way as well. Car number 285, Wolseley Hornet Special. I'm told the Sieber family are the great experts on Wolseley Hornets. Here it comes. In the meantime, Jolyon has finished in Cognac with a 51.29. Out comes a Riley ERA 288, driven by James Baxter, who holds the record here in class 15 for general cars in ERA R4A. And James isn't hanging around. I think he had a bit of trouble with this car yesterday.
He reckoned a bit of sticking throttle and not a fully disengaging clutch.
Oh, really?
That's to go wide again.
Very awkward.
At Orchard. It was so on song at Shelsley Walsh earlier in the season. FTD. That's a
keep a close look at James Baxter's time. David Crike in the single-seater Frazer Nash 46.84. On the line, Ben Fiddler in R4D. Trying to keep our eyes on two things at once. Sliding run semicircle. James 43.8. 43.80. What can Ben Fiddler do? Well, 70 miles an hour through the speed trap is, I think, by far the quickest we've seen today. R4D, hugely powerful, although it's got a smaller supercharger than it had in period, which nestles between the driver's legs. And Ben has really got the hang of driving what, for most people who've driven it, is quite a challenge to drive. 43.03 for Ben Fiddler. 43 R4A on the line. Is that Nick Topless? Now R4A in the hands of James Baxter holds the record in 39.68. Now, can Nick do anything about that? Not that he really needs to if the car holds the record already. Interesting sloping radiator. I think it's the only ERA so equipped. Nick 42.14 breaks the record. No, it doesn't. I beg his pardon. Record 39.68. I was looking at Freddie Giles's record in the Cognac. Who have we got? We got the GN Gypsy of Tom Richardson. Great engineering work to install a Tiger Moth engine in this car and sort the cooling out, because remember, in an aeroplane you've got air cooling keeping the thing cold. In a car, often in a traffic jam or sitting on the line, you need water cooling, and Tom has produced a very clever water cooling system for this car, with the result that it's 45.24. That's quick. Nick Leston in the Lovell Elkhart Sprint Racer, classic American sprint car. On the line, the Alvis powered So Robin Harcourt-Smith in the Norris Special Alvis Bar 3.5 litres, immensely quick car, driven by all sorts of famous people who've had great success with this car. Chain drive, of course, still. Frazer Nash chassis. And Robin 4477, our final runner, I think, Robin Toulouse in the Menasco powered on a Riley chassis. Menasco, maker of aircraft engines in World War I, still in business, making landing gear for all sorts of big airplanes, including the shuttle. So doing well. It's great to see an engineering company surviving that long. What can Robin do in the powered? He's a brilliant engineer, great driver, 43.01. So is Nick Topless quickest so far? Not sure. End of runs, looks like we're heading towards lunchtime, and at lunchtime we're going to have a wonderful Riley parade. So we've got lots of Rileys parading. And they take a run up the hill with passengers. And our job is to stand and cheer and wave because they're celebrating 90 years, I think I'm right, of the Riley Club. Guy, are you available to fill in with the gaps that I leave?
Well, Chris, if you have switched off, which you have because it's gone quiet, I was going to suggest you talk through the Riley parade because you can see it.
I'm back on.
Fabulous. If you do the Riley parade, I shall come and relieve you when they have done their ascents.
Do you want to add anything to the Riley parade?
No. I think Mr. Upton may chip in on the Rileys, but as you're seeing them setting off, you take control, sir.
Okay.
I shall see you when I've abseiled down the hill.
Yeah, and I think...
you are being collected.
I'm being collected and delivered.
Yes.
Well, certainly collected. I don't know if I'll be delivered.
It's by Chinook, apparently. We're going to extract you for an
Excellent.
airlift.
That's good.
Cheers.
So if you look on pages 16 and 17 of your program, which I'm sure you've got, you'll read a two-page description of the 100th anniversary of the Riley Motor Club, which certainly is something to celebrate. I just wish Mr. Victor Riley could be here. I spoke to him a couple of years ago. It was his 90th birthday at the time, I think, and it's something worth celebrating. So the moment we're waiting for the Rileys to line up at the paddock exit, and then they will be ushered forward. They have to follow, I don't know if they follow in groups behind the clerk of the course. Certainly they have to follow the clerk of the course. So it's Riley against an electric Ford Puma. When we're talking Riley, one thing we must mention, of course, is that the six-cylinder racing engine from 1933-34 provided the basis of the engine for the ERA. And with a significant assistance from Victor Riley, their objective was to produce a British racing car for international competition. Well, they did that, and the engine was extremely successful. I think the ERA engine was probably the least problematic component in the car. And it was produced. Not many people know that the early ERAs were available with 1100cc engines, so it was 1100, 1500 and 2 litres. It's now 1500 and 2 litres with very few 1500cc engines competing, although the engine in the red one that Tom Hardman is driving, AJM1, is a 1.5 litre. The tragedy is they were doing really well. They came into production very soon after the close of World War II with the RM in both 1.5 and 2.5 litre guys. But there was some hanky-panky in the accounts department which cost them an enormous amount of money, and Victor Riley was talking to Lord Nuffield at an event in Stratford-on-Avon, and as they went up the stairs together, William Morris said to Victor Riley, how are things? And Victor said, not good. We are in financial trouble thanks to our accountant, and as a result of that, Lord Nuffield, as he was later entitled to call himself, he was William Morris, said, well, why don't you sell out to us? We'll look after all the financial elements of the production. You just worry about the design and development of the cars. And that's exactly what happened. But then, of course, Riley, the Nuffield group, was absorbed into BMC, and after that, poor Victor rather disappeared from the scene. We've got a queue of Rileys. And unfortunately, none of them have numbers on their windscreens. So although I've got a detailed list of the cars that are coming, I'm not sure which one is which, but I'll do my best. Okay, we've got a lineup of Rileys waiting to parade. Behind the course car, leading the parade will be car number 2, a BPJ 574. That's a Riley Lynx 9 in the hands of Ian Sharples. He'll be followed by, I'm looking at number plates, DPG 928. That's the dark red car is the Riley Lynx SS of Conway Hall, DPG 928. Behind him, JK 4454 is a Riley Imp in the hands of James Coates. And then a Dutch number plate, which doesn't appear on my list, I don't think. So welcome our friends from Holland. And off we go. CU1188. Can't see. YS1412 is a Riley Kestrel. That's the dark swept-back saloon. He's followed by CN5393, CN5393. Not in the list. Look at another saloon. Nice, beautiful. DLC 950. Have we got him? Yes, we have. Anthony Clay's Riley Falcon. That answers our question this morning of what the Falcon was. DF 8549, Pat Gill, 1929 Riley 9 Tourer, and the little white saloon following BPJ 575 is a Kestrel 9, owned and driven by Michael Riley. Here's another saloon. ST77 something. Yep, ST7775, Dr. Henry K, Riley Mentone Monton, never heard of it. Interesting, unique Riley, followed by TF8371, Pete Donovan's Riley Gamecock, and then another little saloon, CPE 426. Is another Falcon driven by Graham Evans, and that's our first batch of Rileys. Aren't they nice? JR6057 on the big screen. Doesn't feature on our list. Yes, it does. JR6057. Phil Edwards, Riley 12-4 Special. So they're all progressing through Orchard and up to Pardon, rounding semicircle. Nice to see the saloons. DLC 850. DLC 950, Anthony Clay, Riley Falcon. DLA 402. Is the last car on the list, Derek Wolfendale's 1937 Kestrel 6 light. That means it's got 3 windows each side. Now, is that the full team, or is there another bunch to come? I think that is our full parade. Great to see. I've got detailed notes on each car, and if we had an hour for this parade, I'd be able to read them out as each car goes past. But it's great to see these cars celebrating the 100th anniversary of the Riley Motor Club. I'm sure they wish they didn't have to follow behind a course car. They would love to give them the car some welly, but you can't do that. The rules are against it. Racing successes for the Rileys. Well, you can read it all on page 17 of your program, but basically third place at Le Mans in 1933, and second, third, fifth, 6th, 12th and 13th places in 1934. I don't think that means overall. I think that must be in their class. They were arguably the highlight of a successful racing program. Next door to the Riley Car Club area in the Orchard Car Park is the Riley Cars Archive Heritage Trust, which is dedicated to preserving and displaying historic documents relating to the various Riley car manufacturing companies between 1898 and 1969. So if take the opportunity during lunchtime to amble along. There's masses to see in the Orchard Car Park anyway, but do call in at the Riley tent and have a look at the archive. Our Riley paraders are on their way back into Orchard Car Park, so you'll have a chance of having a closer look at those cars as well when they are back in their allotted space. So lunchtime now, and we will start hill climbing again at 1:30. 1:30 on the dot.
Sean Danaher, return to his car, please. Sean Danaher, please return to your car. Thank you.
Well, we have reached past. The cars in Class 1 are gathering, and we should be restarting. You may have noticed that the surface has become rather damp since we last had a run. They don't get another look at it. That's just the way it goes in hill climbing. So we look forward to seeing how everyone manages this change of surface and change of conditions. Are you there, Chris?
I sure am. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. I'm just closing the shower cubicle curtain behind me, which takes a bit of doing because it has seen better days, but never mind.
I'd forgotten these commentary boxes with their awful finger pushes. My fingers are too fat to get in the hole, as it were.
I'm sure that's the first time you said that. Anyway, have you an appropriate writing implement you can stab it with?
Yes, I have. That's what I'm going to use.
Well done.
Interestingly, this is when excitements happen in the S's particularly, because they dry out much more slowly than the rest of the hill.
They surely do. Once you're round the left-hander at the top of Pardon, you're in through the trees until almost semicircle, aren't you?
Yes, you are. At this time of year, semicircle itself is okay because the trees are on the inside. It's easy to fall off at semicircle, and people who go there for the first time get a bit scared. They think, oh crikey, it's like falling off the cliff. My car will roll over and over and over.
The horizon disappears, doesn't it?
Yeah, but actually it's not half as scary as that. I've been over there once, and it just a gentle drop down.
Did you aviate, or was it okay? You maintained contact with the earth?
It maintained contact with the earth, and so did my head.
You didn't slip the Surly bonds.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, we will be running through the programme. Class 1, as I say, they're all down here, engines revving, getting set up. And just a reminder that there will be awards presented in front of the clubhouse a quarter of an hour or so after the end of the runs, although the Sam Clutton Trophy will be presented 30 minutes after the conclusion of Class 7 while we're still inactive. That'll be fastest time of day, fastest time by a vintage car, fastest young driver, Peter Hampton Tankard for the fastest time by a Bugatti, and the Gary White Trophy for the best young person born after the 28th of October 1987, and that's a handicap result. The electric Ford Puma is setting off from the start line now. It's just stopped astride the start line.
I hope it's charged up.
Indeed, it's a change of drivers. It's the all-new, all-electric Puma Generation E. The UK's best-selling car is now electrified. This has been lent to us very kindly by Virtu Ford of Cheltenham. Gemma from the Bugatti Owners Club no doubt arranged that.
Is it about 10 grand more expensive than the petrol version?
Couldn't possibly comment. Well, just to prove me wrong, of course, coming to the line is car 253, which is not Class 1. 253 is Rob Armstrong in the Lancia Rapier, and behind him is 305 Robin in the Norris Alvis Frazer Nash Special. So this is our Julian Grimwade tribute. Robin Harcourt has stalled, so he waves Sean Danaher past in the 6CM Maserati, the silver car. Sean Danaher goes up, and Robin Harcourt Smith unfortunately has stalled. They're going to try and get him going. This is a tribute to our great friend, sadly missed, left us in May, Julian Grimwade. Hard to put into words, so I won't even try. I was commentating at Donington that day. I hope that lets me off having to commentate on this.
We also need to remember the work he did at Brooklands. He was a huge help to Brooklyn Society, getting things organised there.
A star of Six of the Transport Museum, the TV show. Julian played a wonderful role, and the Benjafield racer with his Bentley as well. Threw himself into all aspects of his life with huge enthusiasm. They've decided that the Norris will return to the paddock. It won't do the tribute climb. Shower cubicle gets very hot very quickly, doesn't it, Chris?
Was it the blue one or the red one?
The blue one.
Oh, that's a shame.
That Julian had so much success with. Won the Motorsport Memorial Trophy twice, I think, with that car. Number of STDs, etc. And always so delightedly fun to chat to in the paddock or wherever you bumped into Julian. May the wind be always at his back, as they say. Did you do the parish notices, Chris, from Kidney Research UK and the birthday wishes to Natasha Turley?
Do you mean up here or down there?
Their notes I have found down here.
I announced the birthday wishes, but I'm sure I got the names wrong because the writing was impossible to interpret.
I think it's Natalia Turvey. Best wishes from the Bickerstaff group. And Kidney Research UK have been hosting a Most Desirable Car Award over the weekend. Come down to their gazebo near the clubhouse, enter either Saturday and or today, so Saturday's irrelevant. £5 donation to the charity which goes towards life-saving research into kidney issues, renal issues. So there's still time to do that. Go and visit them. They're in a very fetching shade of pinky purple. And have a chat to them. Give your £5 to a great cause, and who knows what you might win.
I had a chat at lunchtime with the passenger sitting in the very elegant Delage, but we've all admired the bodywork. And
Of the passenger?
Both, yes. And talking about the Lalique mascot on the front, I said, did you leave it on overnight? And they said, well, they didn't really reply to that, but they did say it actually is not genuine.
But your average tea leaf probably wouldn't know that. So
exactly, so you'd lose it anyway.
It's worth taking it off, yes. Right, our first runner, Millie Bayliss in the Austin 7 Ulster. Her first run was a 73.60. I'm not certain she will better that in these wet conditions, and I kind of hope she won't try, to be fair. I will give you runners, riders and times, Chris, and you can take over as they come out through the bridge and power up towards Orchard.
I'll do my best.
And Millie's underway. Even the relatively low-powered Austin 7 goes sideways under a torque reaction as she spanned the wheels off the line. But she's now nicely away, and a 4.22 start and through the bridge at 32 miles an hour.
Not bad at all for an Austin 7. She turns sharp right at Orchard. Surprising how many, well, no, not many, but a few people occasionally forget and go on the long course, and then with red faces they go back down.
Mark Gold Bonham's man on the line in his scuttle-mounted headlight Chummy, dating to 1928, the last year of scuttle-mounted headlights. Millie's through midway now. And she's in the S's. Mark just waiting for his green light.
She's hiding behind a number of trees, appears from the trees round the semicircle and up to the finish.
Millie finishes with a time of 71.44. She lost less than a second to the damp conditions. That's quite impressive.
That's pretty good, isn't it?
I'm absolutely lying. She gained more than 2 seconds over her first run, which is even more impressive.
I'm looking at some nice cars in the car park, the members' car park. A beautiful Bristol 411 parked next to a lovely Gordon Keeble. That's a sight you don't see very often.
Quite, and their colours are complementary, aren't
Yeah, they are.
they? Which of the two would you choose, Chris?
Oh, crikey. No, I'd have them both.
Good answer. And for me, it would be the Gordon Keeble. I've had a 408 Bristol. Thank you very much. Box ticked. Mark Gold is underway now. And behind him, coming to the line, is Archie Miller and his Chummy. Another scuttle-mounted headlight Chummy, 1927 version.
So who have we got? It's a Chummy. It's a red one.
It's Mark Gold.
It's Mark Gold. That's car number 2. Takes a wide line round Orchard, which is actually quite round Pardon, which is actually quite sensible because the water, of course, drains to the inside. So along the top, I've got lots of wasps trying to get in, but I resist them. They take one look at my face and say, "Oh no, not that."
They've got Archie Miller now on hill. He should be with you. 30 miles an hour under the bridge, the slowest of the three 7 so far.
Yep. Going okay. Accelerating, actually getting a reasonable head of steam up to Pardon, and now disappears behind the trees along the top. Whereas Mark Gold, where is he? Somewhere in the S's, perhaps?
He's finished with a 69.58. He too has got faster.
That's amazing, isn't it?
Indicates that it's not as wet under tyre as it would appear. Wow. Crikey, that's an enthusiastic start from Fabian Mutschler. Archie Miller has finished almost. He's round semicircle now.
So here's Fabian Mutschler, again sensibly right round the outside of Pardon.
76.49 for Archie Miller. 76.49. Richard Butterworth is underway in the Type 65 Nippy.
Fabian was really hustling the car into the S's. She's out of the trees now, going around the semicircle. Are we live streaming?
We certainly are, sir, yes. Fabian Mutschler finishes with a 62.37 and has FTD at the moment. Richard Butterworth coming to the end of his climb.
Is it Richard who's just emerging into semicircle?
Yes, the red.
Car number 7.
Yeah, car 7, the red Type 65.
And next up is the Gordon England bodywork, which is really interesting.
Yep, Jonathan Lazell is underway. Should be with you now.
Can see him going around Orchard. I'm not sure how many of these were built.
No, me neither. 67.19 was Richard Butterworth's time. I shall try and do some research on Gordon England Cup models.
Steams into the S's. Always worry about the left-hand entry to the S's, which is, you arrive there pretty quick, see. And now emerges and navigates semicircle, so 3 or 4 seconds he'll record his time.
Jonathan lays out 65.08, not as fast as Fabienne.
Joe Tisdall presumably on his way somewhere.
Yep, he should be
Is that
at the S's.
Is that the McLaren Works car?
Yes, yep, the burnt orange, a la Freddie March and Sammy Davis.
You certainly won't be overlooked at night. It's a nice bright colour circling the semicircle.
I've just discovered quite amazing. Gordon England bodied over 20,000 Austin chassis
Good Lord.
of various styles, 2 seats, 2-seater, saloon and van bodies on Austin 7s.
It was a good business to be in, wasn't it?
Clearly it was. He closed the business in 1930. Joe Tisdall 70.99 in the Ulster.
Somebody approaching Orchard.
That's Stephen. Orchard will be Hester Marsh.
That's Hester.
Steve Jones about to finish with a 66.33. Simon North is on the line now, and he's away. Patrick Teague comes to the line in this rather lovely sort of military green, but with a polished brass radiator surround Ulster. Hester Marsh through semicircle, should be crossing the line any second. A 67.33 for Hester. Fabienne, still the class of the field.
Someone taking it very slowly into the S's and has actually stopped in the middle of the S's.
Oh, that's Simon North, I guess.
But it wasn't, I don't think, a collision with anything. I think it was a mechanical. I heard a sort of crackling noise before he stopped.
Oh dear. Okay.
So that'll require the services of the Tonka toy, probably.
Given where he has ceased to proceed, yes, I think you're probably right.
Luckily, there is a slot there they can shove him into.
Yep, the red flags are out at the start line and everywhere now. So we shall pause somewhat. No, I'm interested and impressed that everyone in the Austin 7 class has got faster, apart from Fabienne.
So who is it who stopped in the S's?
Simon North.
Oh, Simon, was it? Okay. Trying to think how long it's been since I've commentated from this lovely hut up here. You certainly get a good view.
You do, don't you? And you know when it's going to rain because it gets to you first.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, very efficient. They've already got the gate back to the paddock open to receive Simon. I'm guessing, that might be Patrick Teague coming back because, of course, he was red flagged. No harm, no foul. Not his issue, so he will come and rejoin to get his second time run.
There is a car still climbing up the hill, presumably to turn around at Orchard, which he is now doing.
Yep, Simon has a fail. And Patrick has the flag, so we'll come back
and revisit when he gets the chance.
On his way back now. Probably recording a quicker time through that speed trap than on the way up.
I couldn't possibly commentate on that. We get back underway with car 17, Peter Howard. Off the line is Black Austin 7 Ulster. So that's a fail for Simon North. His first climb of 70.85 will stand.
So, is this Patrick T climbing? No, he was sent back. Peter Howard.
Peter Howard. Patrick T will come around the back of the queue of this class.
Peter going very quickly into S's. There must be a bit more grip than expected. Maybe the trees around sheltered the worst of the rain in the S's, so it never got terribly wet.
Eric Harris is underway now, car 18. Replaced on the line by Evie Mason in William Marsh's car. And away it goes. It is William Marsh, in fact. The blocked out 7 is no longer blocked out.
Patrick Teague in the S's now. Very quick little Ulster zipping round Pardon in a bright red oblique orange colour.
Peter Howard made 64.32. It's car 17.
So who, guys, is coming through the S's now?
Eric Harris has just finished. William Marsh is on his way up to you.
He's doing really well. He was very quick round Pardon and into the S's. He's now equally quick round the semicircle. So
no, I'm lying. 64.92 was Eric Harris in 18. Will Marsh 57.26.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, it's 4 seconds outside his earlier time. Tatiana Mutchler is on the climb now. In car 705. On the line is 714, which is Matilda Jones in the Marsh Austin 7 Ulster. And she's away. Tatiana 61.52 in car 705.
So which sister came out on top? Was it Fabienne?
Hang on 1 second. Yes, with her first run of 58.4. No, it's Tatiana 55.77.
That was a very good run.
Yep. Daniel Hunter has finished with 65.53 in car 712. Matilda Jones is climbing, and Patrick Teague has just started his 3rd climb of the day. But the reset, not of his fault. And he is sharing with James Blakeney Edwards. So we'll see James and Evie Mason in the Marsh car later on. Seven 2-2 is underway, which is Clive Knott in the EFI.
So we're still in class 2.
Well, we've got the first runner in class 2 on the hill now. Patrick Teague has finished in a 59.38. He had 55 dead on his first run. Clive Knott is on his way, 7.22, the first of our Class 2 runners.
I think the Alpha is a car that you could quickly fall in love with. It's so cute.
Definitely. And also on the hill now is Francesca Wilton in the Bullet GN Vitesse.
Here comes the Alpha round semicircle. There were only 2. One had a front engine, this one, and the second one built had a rear engine called French Cycle Cars.
Clive Knott has finished with a 68.07. Francesca Wilton still on course on the climb in the GN with that monocular Cyclops headlight.
I wonder how many GNs were made altogether, because we've got a lot here, haven't we?
I think they were quite successful, quite prolific.
Into the thousands.
Probably.
Yep.
Francesca Wilton in the GN Vitesse. Slower, but that's not a big surprise. 86.54. John Paulson in that Gwyn 8 Brooklands. I can hear a cackling misfire, which sadly I think indicates John is climbing. Beg your pardon, Ian Paulson, father not son, in the Gwyn.
So there's a car safely navigated, pardon, and now along the top, ready to go into the S's. We think it's a straight from pardon to the S's, but by no means. It's a couple of big swerves.
Yes, I'm looking at the screen and it's telling me it's John Paulson. I'm looking at the programme, it's telling me it's Ian Paulson. So I'm thinking I'm going to go with John and ignore the programme. Liz Corley is away in the GN Vitesse.
GN Standard Tourer, I beg it and her pardon.
Not sure that Vitesse really applies to this car.
81.46 for John Paulson. And we drop back into Class 1 for 7.19. It's Evie Mason in Will Marsh's Austin 7 Ulster.
What time did the Alpha John Burgess make?
John Burgess in the Alpha has not had a time recorded.
Really?
No.
Funny, he got to the top all right.
Yeah, the screen goes Mutchler, Hunter, Jones, Teague, Knott, Wilton, Paulson and Liz Corley on hill. So if there isn't a run recorded, John might have an argument for asking to go again.
Somebody is proceeding with due dignity into the S's.
That'll be Liz Corley in the GN Standard Tourer.
Yes, I think so. And then we've got the very noisy J2 Supercharged MG of Ian Robertson.
That we shall be getting 7.19 back into Class 1, the shared drive. Evie Mason in Will Marsh's Austin 7 Ulster next. Liz Corley finishes her climb with a time of 97.35. Evie underway in the red and black Austin 7 Ulster special.
Pouring on the power between Orchard and Pardon, slightly tucked in, close line through Pardon. Didn't seem to worry her too much, although I think still around the outside has probably got the most grip. She's hustled it into the S's and emerges from the trees into semicircle quite quickly. This should be a good run in the low 60s probably.
Waiting for the clock to finish ticking over, and Evie Mason has finished with a 62.25.
Pretty good. Now we'll probably hear the MG long before we see it, if it's running.
It's off the line and away. Ian Robertson J2.
It's blown, isn't it? Or not?
It says not.
Oh no, this one isn't, you're right.
On the line now is the Riley Brooklyn, Stuart Sargent, and he's away.
I think that MG is revving well over 6,000 revs. Sounds very healthy. Stuart Sargent, Riley Brooklands, plumb in the middle of the road round Pardon.
Ian Robertson finishes with a 63.78. Off the line now, Reuben Cartwright. It's car 31 in the Riley Ulster Imp. To the line comes 30, William Hargreaves in a Riley 9 Special. Stuart Sargent in the Riley Brooklands finishes his climb with a 70.567. Have a red flag. Is that Reuben Cartwright?
With a marshal walking towards Pardon. Whether somebody's dropped something on the way in, I don't know. Certainly, I don't see any need for sweeping. No, he's picking something up.
Yep, Ruben Cartwright finishes in 63.69. Next up, as I was saying, is William Hargreaves in the Riley 9 Special. And behind him, we drop back into Class 1 again. With 7.16, Patrick Teague has provided the patron, the owner, and James Blakeney Edwards will be driving the Ulster. Car 30 restarts, the Riley 9, William Hargreaves. Watching for the green light. And underway.
And hustles his way round, quite successfully round Pardon. What happened to my second cousin 6 times removed, car number 32?
Next but one in the queue, sir.
Oh, is he? Okay.
He's number 32, as you say, Mr. Thomas Druitt. James Blakeney Edwards underway in 7.16, dipping back into our first class again. William Hargreaves finishes with a 63.10. James Blakeney Edwards well through Pardon now and on his way to Midway. Mr. Druitt is off the line at 32, Tom Druitt, MGM Type 1212 replica. Followed up by 33, Graham Robbins in the GM Vitesse.
So the MG M-Type, pointed tail, the first MG Midget, production MG Midget, really was a Morris 8 Sports, wasn't it?
Indeed, we have a personal best from James Blakeney Edwards of 65.04. Ian Robertson's time was a personal best. Liz Corley's a personal best. So the course is not wet and slippery, or not as wet and as slippery as was believed, or as I was expecting. Your compadre, Thomas Druitt, finishes with a 68.28. Graham Robbins in the Vitesse is climbing now. I hear the distinctive chatter of a V-twin. The 34 is off the line, that's Mike Dowell, and another of these Riley Brooklands. And Ivan Dutton comes to the line in his Val 3 Samson. The thing about Samsons is they have a solid rear axle, there's no differential in there, so it's all about sliding, much like a Frazer Nash. Ivan Dutton off the line with plenty of wheel spin. Keeps it under control though. Graham Robbins, 76.78 in the GM Vitesse, car 33. Mike Dowell approaching the end of his climb now. In in the 1928/29 modified Riley Brooklands 1087cc. Mike achieves a personal best as well with a 62.23.
Ivan Dutton's quite a rapid navigation of Pardon, now into S's. Plenty of grip there apparently.
Charles Ping underway. It's car 36 in another Austin 7 Ulster, this time supercharged.
So Ivan halfway round semicircle on his way to the finish, followed by Charles Ping. He's quick into S's, heavy on the brakes, slows down, safely navigates S's and gets the power down up to semicircle. Is that Winston Teague in the GN going round to Pardon at the moment? Sounds like one cylinder rather than two.
James Edwards off the line. Charles Ping, car 36, achieves a 63.49. And Ivan Dutton was a 73.17. Winston Teague coming to the climax of his ascent.
Another apparently single cylinder GN, that of Winston Teague, but I think it's not.
It's a trick of the acoustics there.
Yeah, it is, I think.
Although it is a Leger GN, maybe that's why it's lightweight, it's only got single cylinder.
Yeah. James Edwards, standard tourer.
Winston a personal best, allegedly, of 87.08. Reuben Cartwright, 31. The Riley Ulster him again. So the screen says. Could have sworn he'd already had a climb and a time. That was probably 7.31 therefore. .69.
Should have the Vale pretty soon.
And we've got a Vale on the line now. James Edwards in 38 achieved a climb of 73.39. Sean Slater and Reuben Cartwright are both ascending now. Reuben Cartwright finishes with a 67.5. Vale gets away, very angry little car, lots and lots of noise. Sean Slater climbing, 728, the Sergeant Riley Brooklands. Sean Slater is 67.42, going slightly faster than Reuben Cartwright.
Here comes the Vale, rushes into S's. Will it emerge unscathed? I think it will. Yep, not a scratch on it.
We just had a lovely reverse shot of the huge rev counter on HillClimb.TV. Very nice. William Lowe finishes with a 59.36.
got any more messages lined up for us?
Jonathan Lamb in the Riley 9 Brooklands, car 40. Time this morning in the dry was 57.46.
Quickly through Pardon, accelerating hard, inside rear wheel spinning a bit, but that's okay, and brakes hard on into the S's now.
This is Roland Woodsley. Jonathan Lamb recorded a 60.04. He'll be upset he didn't crack a minute, but good time this morning, 57.46. Roland in the Riley, number 41, crosses the finish line now with a 59.29.
It's a good time.
Jeremy Flan hammering it away from the line. Nigel Fullerton on the hill at the moment. 7.34 in the Dowell Riley Brooklands. Proudly running on sustained fuels. Harry Baxter on the line now in the HRG. Nigel Fullerton. 62.23 for Nigel. Jeremy Flan threads his way through as Harry Baxter get off the line very, very smoothly in the HRG. Dad James Films.
Here's the HRG into Orchard, one of the few that were built before World War I stopped them. And they were amazingly quick, how quickly HRG got back into production after the war. So it almost monopolized sports car sales in 1946-47. And then, of course, MG got going with the TC.
Harry Baxter's just had a moment coming into Rolt. Ran wide, knocked over one of the bollards. He's okay. Just there'll be a pause while the marshals retrieve that. Having a replay on HillClimb.TV, Harry ran very wide. Yep, locked up. Slipperier than he was expecting, I think. They're going to replace the bollards now.
Did it knock his front near side mudguard back a bit?
No, it just was his front right wheel took out one of the freestanding plastic things, so
fine.
No damage to the car, I am sure.
Good.
Certainly no damage to Harry. Yep, the marshal's going down to replace that. Harry records a time of 68.48.
So our prayers have been answered and we've got lovely sunshine. Let's pray again that it lasts all afternoon. Forecast was pretty good for the afternoon.
We get another replay. Harry came through midway, absolutely fine. Came very rapidly into Rolt. Yeah, just locked it all up. Skidded wide. Really clouted that, but not enough. No damage on the mudguard whatsoever. Just tyre to bollard impact. Flags are coming in. They're going to bring back Ian Standing. So he will get to run another day. Well, run again later today. I think they're going to take him to the top. He's still stationary as far as I can see, unless HillClimb.TV is very delayed. He's been moved on from the top of Pardon. And Phil Dobbin is on the line in the 47 Austin 7 Ulster.
Did your Bristol 408 suffer from rust at the back?
Yes. Golf ball shaped bubbles on the rear wings.
Oh really? Was it easily fixable?
Yes, but they came back in different places.
Right. Did they sort it later on with the 410, 411?
I think Mr. Crook finally worked out that galvanising metal was a good idea.
Did you ever meet him in person?
I did on a few occasions. A very particular gentleman.
Tricky character.
Yes. Yes. He was interviewed at the London Motor Show when it came back at Excel, and was walking around with Toby Silverthorne, who he'd parted with the company to. And Phil Dobbin gets underway, and the cameras said, "Oh, Mr. Crook, you must be really excited at the return of the London Motor Show." And he said, "No, not really. In my day, I just rang people up and told them when their Bristol was ready. They came and paid me. Guineas, of course." So Ian Standing, car 45, got a red flag and will come back and run again. Phil Dobbin is on the hill. Lining up now is car 50, which is David Bloxham in the Newton Serrano S150, and he's away. Phil Dobbin climbs
Does Google tell you anything about Newton Serrano?
I haven't had a look, to be honest. 47, Phil Dobbin gets to the top of the climb, the end of his weekend, and the 64.52. Scott Tell in Lee Francis is on his way. David Bloxham in that Newton Serrano. David Bloxham finished with a 72.71 in the Newton.
So that brings us into class 3.
It surely does. Although Raymond Knight is climbing now, the last of our, or approaching the last of our shared cars in class 2 in the Vale Special. Raymond Knight 7.39, and we will see Ian Standing again, of course. And Oliver Chilton, who is sharing the Brooklands with Ian Standing, so that car has 2 more runs to make. 53 comes to the line, which is Sophie Wiseman in the Frazer Nash Interceptor. Vivian Bush in the Type 40 Bugatti, climbing as well. Scott Towell in the Lee Francis P-Type, recorded a 69.44 earlier. Raymond Knight finishes with a 61.34. William Lowe showing the way home in the Vale of the partnership. Vivian Bush chasing Scott Towell. Scott Towell's finished with a 72.74. Vivian Bush a 70.82. That's 0.3 of a second outside Vivian's time this morning. Sophie Wiseman presses on. She still has the yellow square where the novices cross was, but now there's a smiley face, so presume that was applied after achieving 6 signatures and dropping the cross. Sophie Wiseman finishes with a 6.7.94 in car 53. Neve Smith in the Alvis 1250 is on her way as Nicholas Northeast gets underway as well. Neve Smith comes round semicircle in the Alvis 1250.
Nick Northeast safely round Pardon and onto the brakes and into the S's.
66.19 for Neve Smith. Ian Standing is underway. Car 45, that's a throwback to the last class, of course. He had the flag through no fault of his own following Harry Baxter, so no harm, no foul, gets to run again.
So Nicholas's Alvis, the 1250, was very quickly into semicircle. Should be a quick run.
63.85. Here's the time for Nick Northeast, the good doctor, in car 57. 58 now, David Johnson, the Lee Francis Cross and Ellis. He's underway. You can see dry patches on HillClimb.TV. See them developing there, everyone who's watching. 3 cars on course now with Chris Chilcott and his Alvis at the starting line. Ian Standing, a 53.06. It was worth him coming back. Chris Chilcott underway. David Johnson coming to the end of his climb. Chris Chilcott rather sprightly in this Cross and Ellis bodied Lee Francis. On the line now, Archie Bullitt in the GM Vitesse.
Yeah, that Alvis is sprightly, isn't it?
Very pretty as well.
God, yes, it is. A pretty lightweight.
Duck back, red wings, polished aluminium body, very nice. 63 is on the line, that's Richard Marsh in the Frazer Nash Fast Tourer. David Johnson.
This is Archie Bullitt in the GM Vitesse.
66.10 for David Johnson. Chris Chilcott, 63.25.
Who's that? 61.
Rounding semicircle, is it Archie Bullitt?
It is in the Vitesse.
Vitesse.
Yep. 60.21 for Archie.
Good time.
So Archie Bullitt, car 61. It's a personal best for him in that car. Richard Marsh is underway now. Frazer Nash Fast Tourer. And Richard Baxter in his Frazer Nash Ulster comes to the line. Sharing this car with his daughter Mary. Having a bit of banter with the start line marshals. Down goes his visor. Richard Marsh, I think he's finished his climb. Yeah, Richard Marsh is 67.67. Richard Baxter is underway. Wilf Corley. He picked up an award last night at the 2024 awards. LM2 comes to the line now, one of the Aston Martin works cars.
So Wolf Cawley should have finished by now in the low 60s.
61.96 for
yeah,
Wilf.
good run.
Richard Baxter passes where his nephew took out the bollard with no aggravation at all. Comes now into the semicircle over your left shoulder.
He's followed by the X-Works Le Mans 2 LM2 Aston Martin.
Richard Baxter braked 60 seconds with a 59.83. Ali Carver, number 67 in the Aston Martin Works Racer, comes into semicircle now.
They've only got 1.5 litres and they look pretty heavy, but actually they were deceptively quick.
Indeed. On the line now is 71, that's Craig McWilliam in Patrick Blakeney Edwards' Frazer Nash Super Sports. Ali Carver finishes with a 59.29. Louis Parkin on the climb now in the Frazer Nash Super Sports. Dad Matthew's car. It was grandfather's car beforehand. Been in the Parkin family a long, long time.
I think Derek Tew, in the S's, the Water Hornet Special, going very rapidly up and round Pardon. Let's have a look into 71. It is actually
Craig McWilliam.
Craig McWilliam. Frazer Nash Super Sports.
Louis Parkin finishes with a 60.91. First driver for a while to not break the 60-second mark. Craig McWilliam, a personal best, 51.82.
Is this Derek Tew just emerging from Pardon?
Oliver Chilton.
Oh.
Car 745. So we've dropped back into the shared rides in the previous class in the Riley Brooklands. Derek Tew has just left the line. And we've just changed start line crew seamlessly. Oliver Chilton in the Riley Brooklands, followed by Derek Tew in the rather lovely Wolseley Hornet Special. Rebecca Wiseman is on the line in the Frazer Nash Interceptor. Ollie Chilton, a 56.37, that's a quick climb. And that's third fastest in class in the afternoon runs. Impressive. Derek Tew finishes with 63.20, car 72. Rebecca Wiseman is away off the line. On the line now is 73, which is Bill Roston, Dr. Bill Roston, in the GN 11.9 Annie. '74, Stuart Rich pulls up in the GN Anzani. Rebecca Wiseman is up through the S's. She'll be approaching you in 7.53 about now.
Indeed, just going around semicircle now. 5 or 6 seconds to the finish.
64.57 for Rebecca Wiseman. Bill Roston on the climb, and Stuart Rich just off the line. .59.73 for Bill Roston, 73, the GN Annie. Away is Simon Jackson, number 75 in the MGPB. Bill Roston finished with a 59.73 as noted. Stuart Rich in the identical, well, pretty similar, 1929 both of them, 1496cc both of them. Stuart Rich a 63.14. .764 on the line, which I can't actually find. Andy Corley, guessing that's instead of 820. Simon Jackson across the line in the PB with a 57.52. .77 gets away, Colin Pointer and the Lee Francis Ulster. Followed up by 78, which is David Saxel and his Riley TT Sprite. Andy Corley will be approaching the finish line any moment, I guess. 67.91 for him. So Andy Corley in your programmes is 8.20, but on the road is 7.64. Colin Pointer now in the Lee Francis Ulster Open 4-seater. Colin Pointer 55.04. That's a pretty good climb. We have a pause down here on the start line. It's David Saxel. Comes through, threads his way. No problems. Through the S's, comes up and out round semicircle in the TT Sprite. David has a bright yellow Trials Riley 12.4. He also has a Talbot race car. So a man for all seasons and a car for all reasons. 56.79 to David Saxel.
So now a gaggle of Frazer Nashes, kicked off by Dominic Hall, I think, in the Super Sports. So good mixture. Super Sports Boulogne, TT Replica.
You've actually got Mary Baxter in the Frazer Nash Ulster that she's showing with her dad up first of the gaggle of Nashes. Running car 766. Mary's away from the line. '79 draws the line behind it. Dominic Hall. Behind him, 81, Jonathan Mellor. Then 82, Richard Waller in another of these Frazer Nashes. Mary Baxter coming to the end of her climb. 61.48 for Mary. Dominic Hall charging up behind her, and Jonathan Mellor just off the line. 82 comes out the tyre warming area, that's Richard Waller. Takes the line. Dominic Hall, a 49.90.
What?
That's what
pretty
the
good.
screen says, yes. I'm going to put a question mark after that. That's what it shows for Dominic Hall, 49.90. Mightily impressive. Jonathan Mellor coming to the top of his run, and Richard Waller underway.
Canabate won Jonathan Mellor, rounds semicircle in the Boulogne TT.
56.06.
That's a good run.
Dominic Hall, very much the class of this class, if that's a genuine 49.90. It's faster than Archie Bullet in the GN Vitesse. 83 underway. Michael Bock in the Blakeney Edwards Nash TT. 773, Mark Roston Edwards draws the line in Annie.
The director of Mercedes-Benz Historic was a Mr. Michael Bock. I don't know if it's the same one.
Richard Waller in car 82 has climbed in 57.08. Michael Bock well underway. Mark Roston Edwards leaves the line. 3.61 for the first 64 feet. Michael Bock round semicircle. Finishing a time of 59.07. Mark Roston Edwards is followed up by Rufus Flan. Car 84, Rufus. Roston Edwards 773. The Roston Edwards car through midway at 46.57.
Sliding very nicely around Orchard and through Pardon.
That's got to be Rufus Flan.
Yeah, and very, very quick into S's, still makes it.
Rapid Carter, yep, gets the slide, catches it, drops down a gear. Lots of soaring at the wheel, but gosh, Rufus is quick.
He certainly is.
Mark Roston Edwards, a 56.45 for car 773.
I think Rufus will put that 49 into perspective.
50.29, Rufus.
Wow.
It actually, in perspective, in that what a great climb Dominic Hall had.
Exactly.
50.29 for car 84. Jonathan Fennick climbing now in the Emerson. Tony Wood underway in the Frazer Nash Super Sport. David Bond, father of Jack, is on the line in the Morris Cowley two-seater. Tony Wood looks not particularly swift, but as we know, that often is because he's being very smooth. Jonathan Fenning finished with a 49.90, exactly the same as Dominic Hall. Tony Wood, 56.97. We have just George Scully, who's sharing the Emerson, but kangarooing away goes David Bond. Take us into Class 4.
Yeah, it does a brilliant kangaroo, doesn't it? The Morris Cowley.
Seven, 8-3 comes to the line, I think. It's 7.93. They didn't have a 9, so they've torn off an 8. It's Lucy Delaney in the Lee Francis Hyper. David Bond having real fun with that Morris Cowley two-seater, hurling it round. .51 for David Bond. Personal best time. He seemed to be enjoying that as well. Really chucking it about. The little Frazer Nash close couple two-door saloon draws up to the line now. Richard Gatley on the line.
I did have a close look. Is it left-hand drive still?
No, right-hand drive.
It is, so it was properly imported before the war.
It's a proper Frazer Nash BMW, yes.
Yeah.
Lucy Delaney coming towards the end of her climb and the end of her weekend. Round semicircle she comes as Richard gets away off the line. Richard received the Class 4 and PVT trophy last night for last season, so very effective in this machine. Lucy Delaney, 63.43. Richard Houlgate on the line, car 95, the Lee Francis Hyper, supercharged 1.5 litre Meadows engine. Car 96, Dr. Vijay Mallya comes to the line in his BMW 328. Fiercely quick, his second practice yesterday was 48.38. Wisely letting Richard Houlgate get plenty of the way ahead. Richard Gatley, a 57.46. VJ away. Richard Houlgate, 58.16. As Theodore Hunt roars away from the line in his BMW 328. or perhaps his father's BMW 328. VJ completes his climb in 50.50. Quite smokily. Oh my word, Theodore Hunt got it very ragged. Just where Harry Baxter had a problem. Big tank slapping moment there. Won't slow him down by too much, but maybe lost a second to that. Across the line in 49.35. Fraser Sloane comes to the line in this lovely Beardmore. As I was saying earlier, I was tempted to bid at this at its auction the other week, but glad I didn't, because it's found its perfect home in the Sloane household. George Scully now into the S's at 36.09. Drops us back to Class 3. George Scully coming through now to finish with 54.06. Currently Craig McWilliam is leading on handicap from Scott Towell, David Bloxham, Sophie Wiseman and Nick Northeast. This class, David Bond leads on handicap. Beaten his handicap by 3.19%. Ian Warner in the 3 litre Bentley is underway as Fraser Sloane comes up to the semicircle. Fraser Sloane finishes in 81.49 seconds in car 99. That lovely 1230 Beardmore of 1923 vintage. 101 gets away, Jeff Ranford in the MG 1800 Mark III Tigris. And I got my first close-up view of this simply glorious Tobias Bruce Delage 3 litre Olympic. Close couple, 2-door, 4-seater Pan-European touring car. That Tetlai Lalique style mascot. Ian Warner, 67.85. Wheel spin twice from Tobias Bruce off the line. Almost looks unbecoming of the Delage Olympic to be hurled and hustled, but does it awfully well. Currently Tobias is leading this class on handicap. The only person to have beaten his handicap thus far. Jeff Radford, 70.89. Stick Wilkinson in the Silver Eagle Sports gets away. 105, Alistair Littlewood in the second 3 litre Bentley takes the line. Tobias Bruce, handicapped at 60 seconds, across the line in 61.49. Stays leading on handicap. Dick Wilkinson going well in the Silver Eagle Sports. As the Littlewood on the line, Alex Pilkington in the 1750 60 Alpha draws up. Dick Wilkinson finished with a 61.64. Alistair Littlewood climbs on. Alex Pilkington concentrating on the lights, and a red flag comes. Alex switches off. She has it explained to her by the start line marshals what the issue is. Alistair Littlewood presses on. No red flags for him. And he crossed the line in a 57.36. Good climb.
One of the marshals from Orchard is advancing with a broom. I think there's going to have to be a little sweep. And ditto up at Pardon.
A sooty and sweep with Sue.
No, Sooty's been left behind. Sooty, aye.
Yes, the inside of Pardon has been nibbled at once too many times. There's quite a bit of muck and grass, so the marshal's just tidying it up, sweeping it across the white curb. You don't really want to be trying to get over there, especially after rain and under the trees. It'd be quite slippery, potentially a bit nasty. .107, John Paulson in the Montague Talbot 90. Sits awaiting his turn very nonchalantly. It's followed by Barry Cannell in his Alfa Romeo 6C. So a brace of 6Cs, Alex Pilkington and Barry Cannell. Looks like the Reds are coming in. So as you were, Alex fires up the Alfa once more. She was chopped, so she hasn't got to reposition herself, just waits for the green light. Into first gear and away she goes. Up comes John Paulson in the Talbot. Away goes John Paulson. Driving, as I say, the Montague Talbot 90. And to the line comes Barry Cannell, former president of the Historic Grand Prix Cars Association.
Alex heads for the line, nearly there.
Well, if we're talking Formula One, John Paulson has just gone purple in a Tories, which isn't bad. 108 now off the line, Barry Cannell.
Have we got a time for Alex Pilkington?
She's just crossed the line in 62.71.
Not bad. Is that quicker than this morning?
I didn't have the opportunity to record her time from this morning, so I'm having no screen up there.
No, of course. Frustrating, isn't it?
Massively. Robert Frankham is on the line now in the 3098 Vauxhall. It's car 108. Barry Cannell still climbing. He's through into the S's. John Paulson, a 55.84. Good time for John in 107. Robert Frankham off the line in 110, the Vauxhall 3098. Barry Cannell finishes with a 55.71, just pips John Paulson. So have Mike Littlewood to come in this class, who's sharing with Alastair, the family Bentley. Speak of the devil, there he is, lined up in the tyre warming area, just behind. Can't see the number on the 3098 in front of me. I'm thinking it's probably Saul Stevens in 111. It is Saul Stevens, away he goes. Can't see any numbering whatsoever on that car. Robert Frankham climbs away. Mike Littlewood makes all the checks and adjustments to the Bentley before he gets underway. Robert Frankham, 69.11, car 110. Saul Stevens well on his way in the 3098, number 111. He has 111 on his headlamp, that's the only indicator. .112, Erica Pilkington on the line in 3098. Saul Stevens finishes with a 65.74 as Erica Pilkington gets off the line. Mike Littlewood into the semicircle. It's very warm and pretty much bone dry in the sun down here at the start. How is it from where you can see, Chris?
Bright sunshine all around.
Fabulous, just that little bit of potential slipperiness under the trees where it hasn't dried out yet.
Well, it doesn't seem to be slowing people down very much.
No, that's true. Mike Littlewood, 60.64. So that's the last of our Class 5 runners. We're firmly in Class 6 now with Erica Pilkington, the third 3098. It's not an exclusively 3098 class. We have Lagonda and Bentley, Talbot Largo, Railton, Ballamy Ford, brace of Alfa Monzas. Well, same Alfa Monza with two drivers. Erica coming through to finish her climb. 63.38. Roger Collins on the line now in his Bentley 113, 4.5 litre. Away he goes. Car 113, Roger Collins. .114 draws up to the line, Mr. Mara Morley in the Morley Lagonda LG45.
I wonder how many times Roger has climbed Prescott.
He could probably tell you, I suspect. Away goes Tamara. 114, the Morley LG45 Lagonda. 115, Annabelle Jones in the long-owned family 3098. Roger Collins at 60.74 as Annabelle gets off the line. 116 draws up, which is Jamie Quartermain in the 3098 Vauxhall Velox. Annabelle goes round Pardon. Nice line. A 59.83 for Tamara Morley, car 114. Annabelle went a bit deep into the start of the S's, but she gathered it all safely up. Away goes Jamie Quartermain. Pulling up to the line, Roger Thorpe in 117. Annabelle Jones finishes with a 59.79, slightly faster than Tamara Morley. Fairly intense minute, I'm sure. Jamie Quartermain up into the S's. Roger Thorpe gets underway, car 117 in his 3098. 118, Tom Duffin pulls to the line in another of these 3098s. Jamie Quartermain has finished his climb in 56.84. It's Jamie Quartermain 116, 56.84. Duffin away from the line, followed up by Hamish Munro in another of the 3098s. Behind him will be John Guyett, and I'm going to alter my 3 to take home. Can I have John Guyet's Talbot Lager 150C, please, Chris?
I'll scratch mine out, yes.
Thank you. Roger Thorpe completes a 64.23. I'm sure we could find another Talbot Lager somewhere, couldn't we? Tom Duffin heading to the end of his climb. John Guyett comes up to the line. Annabelle Jones leads this class on handicap. Tom Duffin a 61.84. It's car 118, Tom Duffin. 121, the rather handsome, though rather brutal, Railton Light Sports of John Fack, 4.2 litre Hudson engine. John Guyett nicely and smoothly round Pardon. Hamish Munro, 119, finished with a 54.40. John Fack is away. Very good acceleration. John Guyett finds the line in 51.42. John Fack in the Railton, rounds Pardon very effortlessly. Mark Brett in the V8 Bellamy Ford. Leslie Bellamy, derived device, sets off now. Great V8 roar from it. So that's a Ford flathead V8, or it might be an alternate. 1, 2, 3 now joins us. It's Terry Crabb, the Alfa Romeo Monza. John Fack climbed in 50.88. Terry Crabb builds the revs and away he goes. Mark Brett completes his climb in 48.35. And we move up into Class 7, the Edwardian cars, opening up with the Stanley H20 Steamer. As Terry Crabb climbs, we will come back into Class 6, for we have some shared drives there. James Crabb and Nicola Quatermain to come. Nick Cook away, chuffing away literally in the Stanley H20. Terry Crabb finishes 59.93. Nick Cook in that Stanley H20 in Class 7 for Edwardian cars. It's underway, as we were discussing earlier. External combustion, one suspects, rather than internal. Next up, John de Verve in the Singer Hill Climb. And the first of those two dropping back into Class 6. Nicola Quatermain comes to the line in 816, the Vauxhall 3098 Velox. Nick Cook in the Stanley finishes in 75.69. It's car 130. Stanley H20 Steamer. John de Verve through the S's now. After a little bit of trouble with the gear lever, Nicola gets away, and John de Verve comes to finish his climb in a 74.95. On the line now, Christopher Crook in the Dodge. It's a 1918 Dodge with a 3.6 litre engine. Much fun was had in the car last weekend at the Bromyard Speed Festival, Jeremy Holden Memorial Hill Climb. (133) whizzes up to the line. It's Graham Frigg in the OTAV cycle car. The baby of this class with only 964 cc's, but another one of these wee cars that makes me smile. V-twin power, but mounted fore and aft rather than crosswise like a GN. Chains flailing round each side of the engine, doing all sorts of goodness knows what. Nicola Quatermain finishes with a 64.98. Hickey Hickling draws up to the line in 134, the Sunbeam. Chris Crook in car 132 finishes his climb in 69.36. Graham Figg charging up. That OTAV, it's got it all going on, and it does it all right as well. Hickey off the line. As Graham Figg comes into the Etties. Single chain, driving the near side rear wheel on the OTAV. Nicely rounding semicircle to finish on a 69.13. Hickey just about makes it through Pardon.
Struggling, just keeps it going. Is that Hickey?
It surely is.
Yeah, he's had a bad weekend, hasn't he?
Yes, it hasn't seemed to run cleanly at all at any point, has it? 135 is Michael Henderson in the Roberts Vauxhall 3098 of 1917. Very sparse bodywork, 2 seats and a tank. Hickey having time for a chat with the marshals. Just checking the fuel's on. That's barely at walking pace now, Hickey. In fact, he's come to a halt. Hands in the air. Nope, that's it. He's stopped.
Perhaps the first rebuild since 1911 is due. So it's all happening behind the trees. I don't know what the plan is to recover Hickey Hickling and his car. I believe there have been a couple of attempts to get the engine running. but so far unsuccessful. It looks as if at last Hickey's car is being towed away. Whether all the way to the top or to the slot at S's, I don't know. It's taken a long time to agree the appropriate action to take.
It's under tow now.
He is under tow, but they're not going to tow him backwards into the slot.
No, they're taking him all the way to the end of the hill.
And then down the return road.
Yeah. Or they might let gravity work on the return road. They've taken it into the little slot where the ambulance lives. I guess they'll try and spin him and bring him back at the end of the class or something. Or leave him there for the rest of the day.
Given Richard Danby a bit of a dilemma, what to broadcast while all this is going on. Maybe some retrospectives.
Graham Figg, the latest time we had was a 69.13. Before him, Christopher Crook in the Dodge, 69.39, number 132. John de Verve, 131. The Singer Hill Climb, 74.95. And Nick Cook in the Stanley Steamer, 75.69. Now they've turned Hickey round now, and I think they're going to ask him to return under his own steam. So it is coming back down. It's making progress. Gravity is on his side. I'm not sure I want to go down Pardon quickly.
Yep, here he comes. Doesn't have disc brakes, doesn't have servo brakes.
I'm not sure it has brakes, has it? But unfortunately for Hickey, that is an F for fail. Yes, valiant smatter of applause, well done.
At least he's not spitting stones all over the place.
Quite so. And that would just be Hickey. Well, very patiently on the start line has been Michael Henderson in the Roberts Vauxhall 3098. Sparse of body, just a two-seater with a huge fuel tank behind. But Hickey is now almost off the course. He didn't quite have enough impetus to get all the way through the gate. So some willing volunteers are putting their shoulder to the wheel. More volunteers needed. There's only 7 people pushing at the moment. There we go, through it goes. The gate can be closed, and we should be back underway momentarily.
Did we see the 2 BMW 328s going up? That was...
We certainly did.
Good.
That was VJ and Theodore Hunt. 50.50 for VJ, 49.35 for Theodore Hunt.
Excellent little battle.
Now waiting for the Isuzu to back its way out just before Orchard. Whistles and flags waved. We are clear to recommence. And we're underway.
Michael Henderson. Under the bridge and to you, Christopher. Michael Henderson completes his climb in 64.59. Duncan Cartwright is well underway in the other Sunbeam in this class, the 12.16. 137, Vijay Mallya in the Delage Voiturette. He's away too. Be a sad day when his Kingfisher Force India overalls go out of date, but I'm sure he can have some more made. Duncan Cartwright climbing very enthusiastically, as anyone viewing on HillClimb.TV will see. Round semicircle, nibbling at the left-hand edge, but nothing going over the curbing onto the grass. 65.95 for Duncan. Vijay comes through the S's in the Voiturette. On the line now is David Jones in the Talbot 25 Sporting model. Car number 140, that's a 1914 model. Have to see if he's got something in the locker.
I don't think we missed out on the Bianchi preceding, going very quickly into the S's. It's a rapid, ancient car, isn't it?
58.44 for VJ. Luke Roberts in the Bianchi 138 is doing very well, and yes, it's disproportionately quick, but you're very much on it, aren't you? You're not in that car. Luke Roberts 60.02.
Is that our oldest car here? 1906, has anyone beaten that?
Graham Figg's OTAB is 06 as well.
Right.
Collins Mercedes owns up to being 07. But no, I think it's joint oldest complete car, because of course the OTAB has a relatively youthful engine from only 1913. David Jones crossed the line 60.17. That's a personal best, I think. Pino Lombardi in the Luxior, climbing well, and Graham Rankin in the Grand Prix Napier is off the line.
Don't forget the Luxior has an aircraft engine, a V8 Curtis, 8 litres or so.
You can see everything going up and down in that, can't you? All the rockers.
You can.
Pino in the Luxior, car 141, a 54.91. Wheel spin for Archie Collins off the line. Graham Rankin in the Napier. I had the good fortune to do the London to Brighton run in a Napier Gordon Bennett car, 1904, a couple of years ago.
This is only the Napier's second outing. It came out at Goodwood a month or two ago, and this is his first hill climb.
Splendid. Graham Rankin, 66.26 in the Napier, which will be a personal best, as it's his, well, unless he went faster earlier, of course.
Here comes Archie in the Mercedes, which he drove all the way here and will drive all the way back.
Splendid.
120 miles or so, which is great, his dad said, because of course gives him all the practice. He knows where all the limits are.
62.85.
Brilliant.
For Archie. Next up, this 1913 Vauxhall 3098 of Julian Gauche. He kangaroos off the line. Round comes number 146 now. Tony Lees in the Vauxhall Viper Aero. Can't quite read whose aeroplane engine it is.
I think it's the Wolseley engine built under licence from Curtis.
Ah, Wolseley Viper, yeah, makes sense. Julian Gauche completes his climb in just over a minute, 60.68. Archie Collins has been shown a fail, which is a bit harsh. I've no idea why or what he did wrong. But Archie Collins is on our screen as a fail. James Crabb now. We drop back into the previous class. Class 6, James Crabb in the 6/8C Monza. Tony Lees at 5393.
Do we know whether this Monza has got 6 cylinders or 8?
This particular one, I think, is an 8-cylinder engine. 2.556. James Crabb sets a personal best of 61.89. Andrew Howe Davis in the Straker Squire TT Racer is off the line. Archie Bullitt has finished his climb in a quite swinging 49.08. Kevin Jones at the line now in car 150. Which pushes us up into class 8. The Humber.
In the meantime, the Straker Squire goes around semicircle and over the line.
And he achieves another personal best, 58.41. On the line now, Adam Oliver. Oh, sorry, climbing now. Adam Oliver in the Riley 9 Special, number 151. Kevin Jones, 150, has finished his climb in 67.97. Adam Oliver is away, as is David Mitchum, and on the line is Tony Karasu in the Talbot 25 Sporting model. Tony Karasu away. David Mitchum in the wood panelled Austin 7 Special. Hope he's sponsored by Cuprinol. David Mitchum about to complete his climb. 61.09. It's gone faster than earlier. Tony Karasu, car 40, bringing up the rear of the Edwardian car class. This is our final run in class. Did a very good 56.43 earlier. 57.12. Place him second on handicap behind Vijay Mallya. Have a slight pause to allow one of the residents from up the hill to take their Land Rover Defender home with a rather nice border terrier nestled between them in the front seat. Clive Bergman there in the paddock, looking pensive. Left hand on the left-hand side of the car, drumming his fingers. Having a word with his daughter, who is leading on handicap at the moment in this class. Yes, you. Yes, there is a camera on the assembly area. Thank you for the wave. Lovely. Hoppy up and down with excitement, crumbs. It's the whole TB there, Team Bergman, gathered around the car. It's more interesting than commentating on Land Rover Defender going up the hill. Clive lined up behind Simplicity, one of the archetypes of the Austin 750 Specials movement. Also at the front there, Ben Hart in 1934 Austin 7 Special. As the camera pans, because they want me to stop talking about you. David Fennell lining up there, behind Terry McGrath. Hello, Claire. 154 draws the line, we're back underway. It is Ben Hart leading the class off. To recap, Tony Karasu climbed in car 740 in 57.12 seconds. David Mitchum, 153, has already completed his runs in 61.09, and Kevin Jones in the Humber, 57.67. We will see that later with Jocelyn Jones, as it's a shared drive. Red flag still out, but pause to be brought back in. Waiting for the whistles and the flags to come in. Hotly contested is Class 8. Austin Sevens, Amilcar, MG, Morris Jap, Special, Jemima. Still Geraint's Hill record, 50.28 seconds in that car, fully 30 years ago. Clive stopped at the front of the queue now, looking over his shoulder, wondering what the Fennells are planning. That was worthy of Dick Dastardly, that rub of the hands together then.
That time in the 40s that we were all open-mouthed about, did that represent a record?
I will go back and have a look. I'm not sure it did. 1 second, I shall nose through. It was a 49, wasn't it?
Yes, I think it was.
No, because Patrick Blakeney Edwards has the record in that class at 44.27.
Oh, a little bit to go then.
But on a damp and drying track, it was up to 14 seconds faster than anyone else in that class, so it was a great climb. HillClimb.TV keeps flicking through all its camera positions, trying to work out why we are not active. James Crabb, personal best, 61.89 in car 723, sharing with his dad. Archie Bullitt, 147, time of 49.08, also personal best. And Andrew Howe Davies in car 300, 58.41, his personal best. Yes, the time was Jonathan Fenning's 49.90 that we went gosh about when everyone around him was 57, 56, and Dominic Halls as well. But as I say, they are both in the class with Patrick on 44.27. He's unified the record there because he was driving a vintage car. So, yes, the rest of that class were in the 50s, if not the 60s, but those two, 49.90. Fastest times in class. Identical times for Jonathan Fenning in the Frazer Nash Emeryson and Dominic Hall in the Frazer Nash Supersport. I've just been informed it will be a few minutes longer before things start to happen again. Okay. It's nice having a camera shot over the assembly area. Different body language of different drivers as they wait. It's Prescott Mini Fest coming up on the 16th of August. Then the 6th or 7th of September we'll have the British Hill Climb Championship here. 20th of September, the long course with the VSCC. I'll be commentating again for that. The HillClimb season finale is the 4th of October. And then that wonderful jewel in the Prescott crown, Rally Prescott, on the 1st of November.
If you have not seen proper British Hill Climb Championship events taking place, I do beg you to come on the 6th and 7th of September, because your mind will be blown by the speed of these cars. They accelerate from 0 to 100 in less than 4 seconds, and at the other place over the finishing line they have been timed at 169 miles an hour, which seems an awful lot, but it's well worth coming, it's well worth watching.
That was almost casually dismissive of you there, Chris. I would say 169 miles an hour is a heck of a lot going over the finish line here.
It is a bit of a lot. And the funny thing is there's not much distance to stop in after you've been through over the finishing line. There is a sand trap which does stop you, but then you're blowing sand out of the car all the following week. Do we know what we're waiting for?
No. Although Tanya appears to be bringing me a bottle of fizz, which is rather lovely. Oh no, my mistake. It's only one bottle she was indicating.
We've got a storm forecast, haven't we, for overnight, certainly up in the north.
Yes, and it's got a warning of life and limb. It's quite a heavy one.
And I think we're beginning to get a sense of it now. The trees up here are certainly waving much more than they were earlier, and we can hear a windy noise.
That's just your lunch, Chris.
Yeah, probably. If Nick were in reach, we could do event car person. Our Goodwood game.
We could. It might be time to bring that on, yes. I'm going to go for...
A nature ramble?
No. Event of the weekend is seeing that astonishingly beautiful Delage 3 litre ascend the hill, and seeing it here on HillClimb.TV how aggressively it can be driven. So that was my event for me personally. My car of the weekend is a car that isn't actually climbing. There is a lovely little Peugeot that looks like it's just been pulled out of a cider barn in the midst of Calvados, sat in the Orchard car park. It's for sale, you can buy it. It looks lovely. And my person of the meeting, crumbs. There's so many heroes and heroines at Prescott, aren't there? I think it's Clive Bergman for going from, oh no, the engine is seized, through to, oh no, it's okay. And it's achieved, well, 2 out of its 4 this afternoon, and I'm sure it'll manage the next 2. So having seen it looking forlorn in the paddock yesterday afternoon stroke evening, to see it now heading the assembly area waiting to go out, that's my person. Clive Bergman for persevering with the car, with lots of expert advice, but for keeping on trying and succeeding.
Good, okay. Well, my event is the Riley Centenary, because we don't get many centenaries, and Riley certainly deserves one. The car is the first ever outing in a hill climb of the Napier GT, which looks brand new. Well, it is brand new, and it's a beautiful construction based on a Napier chassis, a big American engine, and the two go together so beautifully. That's my car of the event. My person, you may not have heard of him. I'll tell you his name. His name is Iriarte Torquato. Iriarte Torquato. Who is he? Well, if you've seen a most extraordinary amel car, Pegasus, going up the hill, which a bright silver body, a tribute to the art of riveting, that was his work. And Iriarte has brought this car over from Argentina just for this event. Although I think he's going to stay a week or so in the UK. So it's the only time we will ever see this extraordinary car. And although I haven't had a chance to talk to Iriarte, he's very welcome, and I hope he will come back one of these days. But thanks very much for coming and bringing this extraordinary car.
Very fair, Chris. And whistles are blowing. The course car returns to its hard standing next to the ambulance. Engines fired up. 154 on the line. Ready to go is Ben Hart in his Austin 7 Special, or rather the family Austin 7, Mr. JSF Harts, and away he goes. We're back in action. .156, Alistair Bailey's Riley 9 approaches the line. Lovely blue example. Nicely bound exhaust manifold. Alistair Bailey comes to the line. Simplicity up next. Graham Beckett also collected a trophy yesterday evening. Handicap, Eleanor Bergman leads, Jocelyn Jones second, Adam Oliver third, William Hargreaves fourth, Charlie Hindle fifth on handicap. Eleanor is almost 2% ahead of Jocelyn Jones. Ben Hart finishes in 74.41. Alistair Bailey still climbs. Graham Beckett has left the line. Alistair Bailey's time this morning was 56.43. This afternoon of 59.72. Graham Beckett comes through the trees, down towards the S's. He's through midway. Jocelyn Jones, 7.50. The Humber again. I said we'd see it once more. Graham Beckett, it finishes in 62.09. Terry McGrath on the line. Clive Bergman draws up to the line. He's rolled back. The marshals expertly place him in exactly where they want him. Jocelyn Jones, 69.24, has improved her time, but not by enough to overtake, or perhaps by enough to overtake Eleanor. Wait for the computer to do the maths on that.
Clive Bergman is away on his climb as Terry McGrath crosses in 55.54. That delay seems to have guaranteed there is no moisture left on the course whatsoever. People are getting faster. 7.61. Charlie Hindle in the MGJ2 now. It's on the line. The very noisy J2 of which you spoke earlier, Chris.
Yeah, I can hear it.
Clive Bergman, 55.38. Clive has found just about 2 seconds.
Wow, it is a noise, isn't it?
Charlie Hindle, 54.79 in car 761. Apologies, I was distracted by some rather lovely lemon flapjack. David Fennell round semicircle on his way to a 55.70 climb. Kevin Morton and Ian Muir on the hill now. Kevin Morton 163, the Riley 9 Special, coming to the end of his climb. Ian Muir, a Riley Brooklands replica, halfway through his. Kevin Morton a 54.61 in car 163. We have another red flag. Geraint Owen just got off the line in Jemima, the Morris Jap Special. Ian Muir about to finish his climb, quite a swift one this, 52.66. It's someone has taken a very tight line at Orchard. You'll have a better view of that than me, Chris.
Yeah, a couple of sweepers sweeping. I don't know who it was.
I have a hunch Ian Muir, because Geraint hadn't got that far, had he? Fergus Gunn sits patiently. Geraint has been allowed to reverse back. He did not get very far at all when the red flags went out. Clearly nothing whatsoever to do with him. Resets, time to go again. 166. Whistles go, flags are in.
Away goes Geraint once more. No harm on his part, no foul applied. Fergus pulls up in the brown Austin 7 Ulster to the line. Once more, Ian Muir was a 52.66. Before him, Kevin Morton, a 54.61. David Fennell, 55.70. Charlie Hindle, 54.79. Clive Bergman, 55.38.
That's an extraordinary machine, Geraint's special. Those Jap engines, Jap cylinders must be producing masses of power.
Huge amounts of torque. Perfect hill climbing machine.
Absolutely. So will he be in the 40s?
No, nowhere near.
Oh, really?
52.75.
That's near enough. Well, fairly near.
Fergus Gunn is now away after a bit of a false start. 170 draws up, which is Nigel Harper in the J2MG. Very, very pretty, well turned out machine. Fergus up towards Pardon. Bit of housekeeping, Chris. Could you remember to bring the headphones down with you and hand them back into the BOC office when you are finished?
Yeah, I've got a note from, I think, from Nick to do just that, which I will try to obey.
Fergus about to complete his climb, I think. 65.64 for Fergus Gunn. Nigel Harper on the hill. Jonathan Bowyer just got away in his Riley 12.4 special. Nigel Harper has finished. Car 170 in a 55.26. On the hill now, Jack Butler in the Riley Special, car 172. Jonathan Bowyer, rather striking red Riley. Jonathan Bowyer finishes with a 55.88. That's car 171, 55.88. Jack Butler climbing well. Ian Patton has just got off the line in 7.58, which is the Amel car. He's shown with Terry McGrath, which means we drop back into Class 8 for a couple of runners. The shared rides. There's Ian Patton in the Amel car, Eleanor Bergman in the Austin 7 Special being lined up on the line now, and Claire Fennell in the toy. Eleanor is away. Ian Patton, 55.95 in the Amel car, which is number 758. Steve White on the line in the Falcon Special, getting ready to rock. Ellie Bergman going round semicircle now. Ellie's handicap 62.5. She's gone up in 59.91.
Williams now. Claire Fennell-Williams is on the start line in the toy. Steve White, 179. It's class 9. Finishes with a 52.70. Back we go on our timing screens to class 8 as Claire Fennell-Williams climbs in the toy. Claire's handicap is 57 seconds. Harry Hoskins in the Riley 12.4 Special gets away, back into class 9, car 174, that's Harry. It's the JM Green car.
He's going extremely well round Orchard and Pardon.
Yes.
Using all the road and all the power.
Very well prepared car this. And very well driven. 176 blasts away. Andrew Briggs in the Riley 12.4 Special. Claire Fennell-Williams finished with a 59.09. Harry Hoskins has climbed in 55.76. Steve White was 52.70. Andrew Briggs and now David Morley on the hill. Andrew Briggs brings it home at a 53.17. Harry Hoskins achieved a 55.76. Jack Butler a 54.73. David McRobert in the 12.4 Special is off the line. David Morley finishes with a 54.50. Paul Compton lines up in the Wolseley Aries. The HillClimb.TV watches David McRobert skillfully threading his way through the S's. Car 178, his Riley 12.4 Special. Paul Compton gets away from the line in 180, the Wolseley Aries. David McRobert, 48.80. Fastest in class this afternoon by a considerable margin. Previous fastest on the second runs was a 52.70 from Steve White. David McRobert instantly leaps into fastest handicap, or first on handicap. Chris Dowden in the Riley 9 Ulster Imp replica is away. Up to the line comes William Butler in the shared Riley Special. And David McRobert's time is a personal best. I'm not surprised, that was pretty fierce. Paul Compton a 51.68. .183 comes up. Greg Larigo in the Riley Special. Christopher Downham crosses the line in a 47.22. It's only 200 slower than his run this morning. It's quite impressive, is that? William Butler is on the course. Greg Larigo is away. William Butler finishes with a 51.87. Up to the line comes 184, Michael James. He'll have a say in who wins this class, of that I am certain. Greg Larigo, 47.19. Beats his earlier time. Doesn't quite pip Michael James's first time though. 192 on the line. We leap up into class 10. 192 is Matthew Eads, Elvis Silver Eagle. Michael James going against his own fastest time in class of 46.08. 46.15. Slightly slower, but still I think class of the class, if I can muller the English language like that. Car 192, Matthew Eade, followed by John Duffin, 193. Up into class 10, as I say. John Duffin in the Frazer Nash Super Sport, number 193, well underway. Matthew Eade just finished his climb. Matthew with a 64.39. All the sevens now. It's a shared drive in class 9. We drop back, it's Andrew Oliver in the Morley Riley Special. Ben Briggs through midway into the S's as Andrew Oliver accelerates away, car 777. Next up, number 195, Ian Roche in the Frazer Nash TT replica. Great climb this morning, 49.8. And a red flag. Andrew Oliver is still climbing. Number 777 in the Riley Special. Seat backs drilled for lightness. Andrew takes the line with a 55.87. Oh, more sweeping, eh, Chris?
Ian Rush away in his TT Replica Nash. Car 195, dating to 1937. 196 is up now. Supercharged Wolseley Hornet Special. All I can see from the left-hand side of the car is a lot of supercharger and the two open-throated mouths of a pair of 2-inch SUs. Lawton Green goes away. Quick 64 foot, 2.97. .197 is brought to the line. Roy Newton in the MG Riley. It's an MG with a Riley 12.4 engine. Lawton Green. Climbing nicely. Into the S's. Back end kicks out a little bit, but he catches it with a deft flick of the wrist. MG Riley gets a lot of wheel spin on its way to a first 64 foot time of 2.80 as Lawton Green completes his climb of 52.10. Ian Rush's time of 49.24 is a personal best for him. Beats his earlier time of 49.8, obviously. Paul Mullins on the line, the MGK Special. Car 199 gets away most spiritedly. 783 is up next, which is Barbara Larigo in the Riley Special, the family-owned car. Ben Briggs in this class, last one up, 52.67. Mullins, 199, finishes his climb on 51.33. Roy Newton, car 197, the Riley MG, a pretty decent 53.42. .201 is Roger Tushingham, the N-Type Special MG. Again, supercharged, 6-cylinder. As David Knight gets himself into the S's. Number plate of OMG, CMG. From the front with the timing strut, looks like OMG. Roger Tushingham heads up the track. 50.08 for David Knight, car 200. .202 on the line now, Charles Jones in the L-Type Magna MG. The Charles Magna. 203 next up. Kip Wastel, Riley TT Sprite Rep. Roger Tushingham has finished his climb in 48.73, which has taken him into the lead on handicap in this class. 49 seconds being his target time, so he's ahead of his handicap by 0.55 of a second. 204, Joe Blakeney Edwards comes up to the line. Charles Jones finishes with a 48.69. His earlier run was 48.88, so he'll be happy with that. Kip Waystell round semicircle as Joe Blakeney Edwards is already through Pardon. Kip Waystell at 52.14. Jeremy Brewster is away in the Gahagan Special. Joe Blakeney Edwards has finished on 48 exactly. Jeremy Brewster, car 205, is up the hill with Theodore Hunt behind him in 206. Jeremy at 46.12. That's a quick time. I think that's the fastest in class thus far. Theodore Hunt is about to finish his climb as Paul Weston has launched. Theodore Hunt, a 44.64. Fiercely quick. Paul Yallop is on the line now. 3:02. Paul Weston's handicap was 50 seconds. Finishes on 52.94. Trying to find 3:02 Paul Yallop now. Paul Yallop leading off class 16. We leap up there. A 52.42 for Paul Yallop. Don't know if that's his first climb. It's first I've noticed. I think he's been reclassified. Mark Humphreys and Matthew Moore are climbing. Mark Humphreys in the Derby Bentley, car 210, is the first of our class 11. Special sports cars and saloon cars over 3 litres unsupercharged and over 2.25 litres supercharged. Matthew Moore in the 4.25 litre unsupercharged Bentley. Four and a half litre rather. It's a 3.5. Mark Humphreys in the Derby, the 4.25, has climbed in 61.29. almost instantaneously followed by Matthew Moore with a personal best of 53.48 in car 211. Stephen Fathers gets away in the 30.98 Velox. On the line now, Chris, I don't know if you're still there, but it is your car of the meeting, the 1936 2.5 litre Amel car.
I certainly am, and it's a fascinating car. It's a masterpiece of riveting, isn't it?
Yes, and whoever knows how to do vents really knows how to do vents, don't they? They're all over the place. All facing the right way. Craig Collins climbing now. 214. Steve Fathers a 57.76.
So here's Iriarte, all the way over from Argentina, going back to Argentina, I don't know, tomorrow, maybe the day after. The car will follow him, of course, so you won't probably see this car again, which is a shame. It's very impressive, and it's pretty quick.
That is the sound of 779 and getting off the line, which is Kit Jackson. Have to go all the way back to class 9 for Kit. Torquato 48.35, there's a decent climb. Especially as it was handicapped at 50 seconds. He's leapt into the lead on handicap. Kit Jackson in Steve White's Riley Falcon Special. Off the line, John Burton, who is 9.16 in the SS with those twin rear wheels. Kit Jackson has just finished with a 53.52, which I believe brings class 9 to a close. John Burton in 9.16 has just done a personal best of 52.49. It's in the SS 100, 3.5 litre. 2.17 on the line now. Simon Parker, 4.5 litre Bentley. Proudly a member of the 96 Club. Rebecca Smith in the Morris Maud. Half Morris, half Ford. Comes to the line. Followed up by 2.19, Justin Hart in the Riley Big 4 Special. Simon Parker in the Bentley 3.4.5. 58.52. It's car 2.17. Justin Hart is underway in 2.19, that Big 4 Special. On the line now is 2.31, which takes up into class 12. 2.31 being Phil Ely in the Singer Junior. Phil Ely off the line and away, chasing Justin Hart.
moves into the S's. Justin Hart's handicap was 47 seconds. He comes in 48.68. Phil Ely in this Singer Junior, climbing away into and through midway now and into the S's. Slippery Ann goes through the line. It's dragged backwards. Phil Ely. 2-3-1, finishes in a 61.40. Martin Hunter on the hill in the Austin 7 single-seater. .44 for Martin Hunter. Mark Atkinson in Slippery Ann, another of your favourites, Chris.
Still pretty slippery.
It's got a great rear end, has Slippery Ann. Ollie Roper Marshall is on the hill now. Mark Atkinson in Slippery Ann should be coming to the end of his climb. He is indeed, 56.06. 8:10 now on the line. Cheers Matthew Humphreys in the Derby Bentley. Red flag. Ollie Roper Marshall has stopped. Not sure if that's because he saw the red flag. Mark Atkinson, 2.33. So our last completed climb of 56.06. Ollie Roper Marshall looking a bit confused. Close up on HillClimb.TV of the Prescott outline. Find your hill and climb it. I always think it looks like a rabbit when drawn like that, Prescott Hill Climb. Marshall's stood and sat next to Ollie, trying to work out what is to happen.
Matthew Humphries sat very patiently on the line. He's got a 61.29 to beat for this afternoon's times. Matthew Humphries away off the line, quite correctly, waiting for the red flag to go in. I think this is 8.11. Jack Bond. Following Jack to the line is 2.35, which takes up to class 13. It's Mike Fountain in the Gillow Special SS, which I think is single-seater. Matthew Humphries finishes in 56.84. Fountain in the Gillow single-seater, Riley based, car 235, and round comes the SS100 again, car 216. Seen John Burton do a 52.49. It's now the turn of Nicholas Finber. Let's see what he can do. Jack Bond finishes with a 53.13 in car 811. Off goes the SS100. Mike Fountain well on his way to a completed climb in class 13. 2.36 comes to the line. Jake Pennell in the Austin 7 replica. Mike Fountain has finished in a 59.46. Jake Pennell is away. 49.84 was his time earlier. .234 comes up to the line. This is Ollie Roper Marshall in the Austin 7 Special, the family car. Nick Finber 48.12 in the Jaguar. .234 is away. Ollie Roper Marshall, Jake Pennell still climbing. 237 comes up. James Beddoes in the Adro Special. Jake Pennell finishes 57.55 in the Austin 7 Ulster replica, car 236. 234, Ollie Roper Marshall still climbing as James Beddoes launches in the Adro. 2:34. Ollie Roper Marshall. 56.84. He's still going, apparently. 70.51. James Bellows in the Adro comes across the line. 49.24. As he was handicapped to 52 seconds, that might well plonk him in first place on handicap. Gary Clare, Austin 7 special mounted. 1929 example. James Blakeney Edwards is on the line. Calf 240, the Austin 7 single-seater. He gets away. As 241 draws up to the line, Dr. Rachel Williams in the Mark III Hardy Special. James Beddoes, car 237, was a 49.24 as noted. Gary Clare, 61.31 in the Austin 7 Special. Hardy Special away, leaving everyone teary because of the methanol. James Blakeney Edwards climbing very well in 240. The Austin 7 single-seater, 54.39. Oliver Tomlin, Morgan Supersports. Rachel Williams, coasting. I think the Hardy Special has an issue.
Yeah, Rachel with her hand up into the S's. Is she going to continue or be pushed up into the slot there? We shall see.
She is under power. It's still going. There's an awful lot of smoke pouring out of the right-hand side. I can't say the driver's side, it's a single-seater, but she's looking for advice from the marshals, and they're all saying if you can, make it. She's made it semicircle, so she will complete, but it's going to be a 2-minute climb, I suspect. Nope, it's given up the ghost totally. Just, can she, wind the rear wheels, so close. No. Yeah, that's a fail, sadly, for Rachel.
Just where it might be difficult to recover her, turn around and send her back down.
I think the marshals will probably push her across the finishing line. She's within 80 yards. Well, they are looking to push Rachel back so that she comes back down on the course. Fair enough. I thought she was close enough to the finishing line to have been pushed across it.
She's reversing very skillfully back down to the slot in the S's, where presumably she'll either stay or be turned around and pushed down the hill. Sad for her. Can you see on your screen whether they're pushing her down or turning around?
Not on the shot selected on the screen right now, no, Chris. I see two marshals with the red flags out. I'm looking at the marshal's post at Pardon and the post at Midway. I think wherever she's been pushed to, she must be staying there for a while, as Ollie Tomlin has been asked to restart. Rachel Williams 241 is officially, sadly, a fail. Oliver Tomlin on the line in the Morgan Supersports 1933 1096cc engine. Away he goes. Currently have no one following him up.
Approached Orchard at very high speed. He's an experienced hill climber, as you know, shares a pill beam with his mum. And although not often in the top 10 and the runoff, well, he often gets in the runoff, doesn't score very many points there. But he's a skillful driver. He also...
He's in the top 10 of every sharp end meeting. That's pretty impressive.
Yeah, it is, isn't it?
49.78. A good time today as well.
Good.
He is the first sub 50-second competitor in this class. 243, John Wiseman in Nat. An archetypical Shelsley special. Fabulous for it. And away John goes. Following up is Mark Pennell in the family Riley special. It's 1087cc supercharged 244. 1936 car. Followed by 8:31, Sam Ely in the Singer Junior. Away goes Mark Purnell. John Wiseman has finished with a 49.73, beating Ollie Tomlin's time by 0.05 of a second. Off the line goes Sam Ely, second driver of the Singer Junior after Paul. The interfamily rivalry demands an increase on 61.40. On the line, James Burmster and this rather gorgeously presented MGPA. Mark Purnell finished with a 49.12. Away goes James Burmster. And the killer from down under, the Katipo, takes the line, Louis McNair. Sam Ely, 8.31, the Singer Junior, 60.09. Sam Ely has claimed the internecine honours. James Burmster is away and climbing. The back Power Plus returns. With a silencer, but it's still pretty noisy. Twin rear wheels on the Power Plus Special. Slippery Ann comes back. Ed Williams is away. 46.99 for Louis McNair. Plus being handled with Ed Williams' usual verve and abandon. Slippery Ann on the line, ready to go. Followed up by 249, which is John Giles in the Morgan GN Salome. Ed Williams has finished in a 46.47. Slippery Ann is being assisted back onto the grass for a reason. Not entirely clear. John Giles likewise is being dragged back. He's now been called forward. Salome on the start line. .47.05, his previous best. Needs to go faster than 46.47, which is Ed Williams in the Power Plus. John Giles away. Next is William Way, the Type 37 Grand Prix Bugatti, moving up to Class 14.
John Giles very nearly overcooked it at Orchard, just kept it on the green stuff, but went really wide, approached very fast.
From the officials gathering around Slippery Ann, I think it's an issue of scrutineering and compliance and safety, sadly. But the Bugatti of William Way is away, driving EJ Way's car. John Giles coming to finish his climb in 47.68.
William Way, the classic Type 37 Bugatti, same body, same chassis as the Grand Prix cars, but much lighter, smaller bits of engine, gearbox, brakes, etc. So very much the sporting gentleman's car.
Rupert Marks is off the line, his Brescia. 252 draws up, that's Timothy Robson in the MG Magna L1. It's 1350cc, supercharged, 6-cylinder engine. William Way, a 54.65, that's his fastest.
Rupert Marks into semicircle. What will the time be like? We'll see.
51.71 for Rupert Marks in car 251. 253, Rob Armstrong is away in the Lagonda Rapier Special. While Tim Robertson in this rather attractive MG Magna L1 is pushing through semicircle now.
Very attractive, isn't it?
Yeah, everything looks just right on that, and 52.60 proves it goes pretty well as well. See, he's fine 1.2 seconds over his time this morning. James Surridge is on the line, waiting for the go signal. Which he gets. Calling forward Norris 1. The first Frazer Nash Norris Brothers special. James Surridge looks to be clean through Pardon. Quite an exhaust haze following him, but there we go. Timothy Robson at 52.60 as noted. .257, the Richard Bolster Special, supercharged. It's ready at the line. Andrew Wilson in the Norris, very much a similar line of thinking. .840 comes up to the line now, which is Patrick Teague in the Blakeney Edwards Austin single-seater. Andrew Wilson at 48.17. So that's an improvement of half a second for 256, the Norris Special. Patrick Teague is away. Jim Catnach, 49.61. In 257, the Richard Bolster Special, 49.61. To the line comes Steve McAvoy in the MGNA Bellevue Special. .260 is the glorious GP2 with Julian Harrison. He's already set a personal best. 55.19 for Patrick T. Improves from 55.42. So that'll be another personal best for Patrick. Julian Harrison can only be described as giving it the beans off the line there. Slippery Ann returns, having convinced everyone all is well. Patrick T and Steve McAvoy also a personal best on 47.05. 259, 47.05. That's a very quick MG. Peter Atkinson is away in Slippery Ann now. Harry Leston is at the line in the Morgan Rip Special. Julian Harrison betters his personal best and lowers it to a 51.83. Harry Leston about to set off as Peter Atkinson is about to finish his climb. Peter Atkinson, 54.33 personal best. Harry Leston climbing now. On the line 262. This is Oliver Cox. Cox Family Riley Special. Harry Leston, 258 in the RIP Special. Crosses the beam at 51.28. Oliver Cox climbing 9 with Tom Hartman in AJM1 on the line. Tom very cleanly away. Patrick Blakeney Edwards will follow Tom up. Tom's time this morning, a 43.3. Fastest in the class. Patrick Blakeney Edwards off the line, very smartly. Tom Hartman at 43.87.
Frazer Nash Nürburg. Patrick Blakeney Edwards a 43.66. So he beats Tom's time this afternoon, but not Tom's time from this morning. Michael James in the Riley 12.4 TT Cotton Special. Offset single-seater. Andrew Smith 2.66 in the Nash Nürburg, finishes in 44.52. As Michael James climbs, we await the next car. Here it comes. It's $7.90. James Topless in R4A. Nick Topless was approached by some South Africans in the paddock earlier, and they were delighted to tell him that their grandfather had owned this very car in South Africa in the 1950s and 60s, and they have a wealth of photographs and trophies. So Nick was delighted to hear about that. 2.67. Michael James has climbed in a 43.82. So it looks to me that Tom Hardman is still the fastest in that class. As James Topless climbs, Rob Lewis in the wonderful Austin 12.4 Special comes to the line. James Topless, a 43.29 second climb. That's ERA R4A, car 790. There's Rob Lewis in the Austin Special. Ascends. Next up, 272 will be Rob Dowell in the Amilcar Riley ARD Special. Your cousin by pronunciation is second on handicap in this class, Chris.
It runs in the family.
You've been coaching him. Top 15 times, Nick Topless, 42.14, Ben Fiddler, 43.03, James Topless, 43.29, James Baxter, 43.80, then Tony Sieber, 46.70, David Pright, 46.84, Charlie Martin, 48.39, Yushin Eng, 50.99, Jolene Harrison, 51.29, then Grant Crawley, 52.11, as Rob Lewis does 66.60. It's found over a second. Ron Dow pushing on in the Amilcar Riley, and Bob Druitt in the Maggot gets away. Maggoty Bob. .275 Paul Dawson, the Wolseley Hornet Special. Next up on the line. Martin Bell is leading on handicap in this class. Rob Dowell 60.76. Found over 4 seconds there. Paul Dawson away in the Hornet Special. .278 Richard Wiseman in the Bugatti Type 35. Rahag takes off in his Type 35, bringing Yushan Ung to the line. Bob Druitt in Maggot, 5577, number 274. Paul Dawson, 275 in the Wolseley Hornet Special, 57.22. Mike Rahag continues to climb. Ishan Ung comes to the line and is away, and Richard Wiseman in the Type 35 Bugatti is up. Robert Clark in his Bugatti 35 GP being ministered to by Paul Woolmer. Mike Rahag at 57.33. As Richard Wiseman gets away. .50 for Ushan Ung, an improvement. And a personal best for Ushan in this car. Richard Wiseman crossed the line at 53.94, an improvement. Robert Clark is running well as Matthew Parkin sets off in the Bugatti. 281 comes to the line. Charlie Martin in the Dyer Type 35B. Robert Clark in the Type 35 Grand Prix 2-litre car, coming up to the line. 73.55. Bit of an issue there, I think. He's lost 8 seconds to his morning time. Charlie Martin blasts off as Matthew Parkin finishes in 52.47. Double aerial square 4-engined Caliban approaches the line. Charlie Martin hustles the Bugatti through. The Dyer car, Type 35B, supercharged. .383, Jade Dearling gets away. Charlie Martin finished with a 47.14. Which plonks Charlie 7th on the top 10. Jolien Harrison on the line in the ACGN Cognac. Tony Sieber, Wolseley Hornet Special, comes up to the line behind Jolien. Jay Dearling climbs in a 54.16. Anthony Sieber very rapidly away. and will be followed by Martin Bell, 273, the BSA Wellesley Special. Jolyon Harrison, a 51.90. Jolyon lost a little bit of time over his time this morning. Away goes the Wellesley, engine at each end. Tony Siebert, very raspy sounding Wolseley Hornet Special that. Jolyon Harrison records a personal best with Cognac, 51.90. Anthony Siebert, 45.59. It's found over a second. Martin Bell in the Wellesley. David Pryke, who worked all night to fix the clutch on the Shelsley. Away he goes. James Baxter, 4th fastest on his first time earlier on 43.80. He is the outright record holder in the ERA of 2 of those who are ahead of him. Martin Bell, 56.97 in the Wellesley Special. James Baxter away. Lots of wheel spin from the Riley ERA. Perhaps a bit of a lock-up going into Orchard. Certainly up at the sharp end now. .42.81 for James Baxter. He goes 2nd fastest at the moment. Sure, Ben Fiddler will be looking to supplant James at the top. Topless in R4A, car 290, warms his tyres. Ben Fiddler locked up somewhat there, going into semicircle. 42.32, he gets ahead of James Baxter though. Nick Topless with only himself to beat, really. .303, Nick Leston in this fierce Lovell Elkhart sprint racer. .41.74 for Nick Topless. Goes faster than his own time. It's our fastest time of day, unless Robin Harcourt-Smith or Robin Talloohy can have a say in the matter. Tom Richardson in the GM Gypsy is on the line. Away he goes. Nick Leston, 49.26. Tom Richardson with 5.7 litres of Gypsy, de Havilland Gypsy engine there. Robin Harcourt-Smith with 3.571 litres of Alvis power in Norris 3. And the Monasco Pirate, Robin Tallui, comes to the line. Tom Richardson a 46.63, he lost a bit. Robin Harcourt-Smith in the car that holds the general record here. '15-year-old record. 44.61 for Robin Harcourt-Smith. Finds some more time, but not enough. How is Robin Tallui doing? 6 litres of American Aero engine, the Monasco Pirate. Robin Tallui finishes with a 42.96 to take the class. He'd already won the class, but well, Paul Yallop had a climb. That might have been his second one. Haven't seen Grant Crawley 282 or Oliver Cox in the Riley Special.
Well, it's been an interesting, fascinating couple of days with a big crowd of entrants, lots of cars we've never seen before, all of them very impressive, and many thanks to our competitors, many thanks to our marshals, and particularly our organising team. Done a great job. It's been beautifully organised, and thank you all. We will see you again soon. And Guy, thank you to you.
No problem, thanks to you and to Mr. Upton, Chris, for great fun, great banter. I'm not convinced we've finished. Start line marshals haven't stood down yet. We shall see. And see if I can find a few of the gaps in my recording of times. Equipment is being disassembled, so I'm going to say yes, that is the end of our competitive climbs today. Echo everybody's
efforts have been wonderful. The competitors, the marshals, the officials, all of us. Nick Topless, having taken FTD, is going to do a climb of honour. Big round of applause for Nick. Thank you, everybody. Safe drive home. We look forward to welcoming you here with the VSCC at Prescott again next month. In the meantime, we've got Mallory Park to look forward to, and Loughton Park, not to mention all the tours. I've been Guy Loveridge, joined by Nicholas Upton and Christopher Druitt on the commentary. Thanks for listening to us, and all of you on HillClimb.TV, thanks for watching. Take care, everybody. See you soon.